All right, and we're live. Welcome to volume 13 of Extremely Retro. Today we got a fun but difficult list. Many of us had a difficult time remembering. 13 of Extremely Retro. Oh, again, I always do that. We got a fun but. So we're doing childhood toys. Yes, I know a lot of us as adults just started, collecting certain toys, collectibles, but I'm talking about it has to be pre-2000 stuff that you grew up with, not necessarily that you owned, but you always wanted or that you played with at your cousin's house, at your neighbor's house, at your friend's house, or you've seen commercials or watched the cartoons. But pretty much, I'm not distinguishing. It could be any kind of toy. It doesn't even have to be necessarily a toy. It can be something you played with. Maybe like something of a sporting goods type item or a board game. So we're not only talking about figures. But joining us today, we have our usual John Steele.
What up? What up?
And again, Brian, Mr. Oh, it won't happen again. He's not here, so we'll see if he shows up in the next minute. Otherwise, you don't get a third chance. But I do have all the way from just a couple towns from me, Mr.
About 45 minutes from you, I think. Hey, how's it going, everyone?
It's still on the island, but he is the god of Zilla.
I wouldn't say that much, but I'll take it.
From behind him, and that is Aaron from the Rave Corner. So, Aaron, if you just kind of want to introduce yourself and talk about your channel a little bit before we get started.
All right, cool. So, hey everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. I am Aaron of the Rave Corner, and my YouTube channel is called The Rave Corner. If you want to look it up, just go to YouTube search and type in The Rave Corner, and it should be the first thing on your list. Unfortunately, I don't have a custom URL yet, but that's going to change as long as my account is within good standing and all these other procedures. But basically, what I do is I mostly do figure reviews. As you can see behind me, I've done a lot of Godzilla figure reviews because I grew up as a fan, and so one of the things that I always give priority to whenever I go toy hunting. I also did reviews on Transformers and other anime stuff that I think is cool. So if a toy is cool, chances are I have written a review and posted it on the main blog. But on the YouTube channel, I started this fun mini weekly episode called Tuesday Morning Shenanigans. And in it, myself and the friends that I have met through the comic shop and even the Blu-ray hoarder, we have got together and just discussed topics that are fun, whether it be pop culture concerning movies, TV shows. We've even played video games. So if you want to see us just hang out and be ourselves, go ahead and check that out as well. That's one new episode every Tuesday.
Awesome, man. Yeah, it was a privilege. I have a couple episodes with him on his channel if you want to see that. But yeah, they're little short episodes that we just talk about films. I met Aaron through the guys at Friday Night Frights. Wolf House 808 is their YouTube channel. Tony Midnight, Killer Cal. I also had a chance to be on their show this past Wednesday, so I was on local TV here, Channel 55. So Aaron, that's how I, first met Aaron. I mean, kinda, so to speak. I saw him on a few episodes, so it was cool going down to the local comic book show, and that's a store. And next door is the actual the TV station. So that was cool, meeting everybody. But yeah, hopefully there's future collab channels, and I appreciate you jumping on, kind of, bouncing back and forth.
Oh, no problem, dude.
All right, so I'd like to welcome Cav Films all the way from New Zealand, and Patrick from, aren't you from one of the Carolinas? I think that's where you're at. But anyways, thanks for watching. Let's get started. It looks like Brian. Brian, maybe he goes booze. Brian goes booze. Drinking. But John, you're gonna start. Let's do this. Let's start with the heavy hitters because a lot of us don't have backup, so I don't want to be spoiling something on the top of your list.
Yeah, the same here. Like, man, like I told Hoarder, I don't really have any backups. Like Aaron said, this list was like, you know, you really had to like put some thought into it, as far as, you know, like what would I put, you know, above this? What would I put here? Like, what did I play with the most? That type of thing. So that's where my mind frame was with it too. But number one for me, man, because I am a '70s kid, and these toys came out in the '70s, shortly after the first movie, and that is Star Wars figures by Kenner in 1978 through 1985. I think currently any Star Wars stuff right now is probably being made by Hasbro. I remember the line did get picked up again when they did the prequels. I think it was, I'm not sure if it was in Kenner then, because by 85 Kenner was defunct, you know what I mean? So, but I don't have any of my original Star Wars to show. I have like one of the, you know, the repros that they did probably in the early 2000s or late 90s when they started doing those again, and that's the Luke Skywalker one right here.
Oh, sweet.
So, but these are basically the scale of the figures. They were, even from the 70s, they were 3 3/4 inch scale. So, but these are much more articulated than the ones from the 70s. I mean, the arms turn.
Oh, okay. That's how you can pretty much tell.
I have that, and then the other thing I have to show, because, you know, as a kid I was such a big Star Wars fan. This is something I picked up, and this is the Aaron probably knows what this is. This is the Star Wars Black series, and this is the Slave Leia.
Right.
Much glare. Slave Leia outfit. So basically, like how she looked as a Jabba's slave and everything. I believe they did do back in the day a 3 3/4 inch figure of that too. Slave Leia outfit.
Do you have the matching Jabba the Hutt to go with it?
No.
I had
one over at the Toys R Us.
I had that. It was the original, and it came with, you know, like a little stand for the band, and it had the little, I don't know his name, but like little gremlin-looking dude.
Salacious Crumb, that was his name.
Yeah, him. I think that's it. I don't think it came with all the band members, but I remember having the Jabba the Hutt, and you could turn its head, and the tail wiggled like it whipped, like when you turned the head. But I just remember having that. Damn, Brian, where'd you go? You went to Toys R Us to grab some toys? He went to finish his list. He went to go, oh shit.
No, I have my list read itself. We had a power outage throughout the whole block.
Oh, that sucks. All right.
Yeah,
well, you made it just in time.
Real bad weather this week, man.
John just mentioned his first toy, and his number one, and that was Star Wars. So,
cool.
You have anything to add? I bet you that was probably on your list, Brian.
His toy was Star Wars, or just the whole, all the Star Wars figures?
Yeah,
basically so the whole line.
Oh, cool. I dig them too, man. I never really collected them though.
Okay, so Brian, this is Aaron, the Rave Corner. He also lives on my island. So,
how you doing, Brian?
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? I saw the videos that you did with Hoarder.
Oh, thank you.
Sweet.
They were great. And I started watching a couple of your other videos too. I think I subbed you. If not, I'll do it right now.
Oh, thanks.
Awesome. Brian, you're up, man. Number one for you.
Number one for me is kind of an easy toy, but it's just like the double barrel Super Soakers from back in the day.
Ah.
Oh yeah.
That was always my favorite thing to do. Just blast each other with water as kids, basically.
Did it have a model number, like maybe a number next to the Super Soaker?
I think it was Super Soaker XL or something like that, or something.
Okay.
There's a bunch of different ones.
Yeah, there were.
They all had that X in the title. It was like,
Yeah, I never. My parents would never buy me something that
I
big.
think those came out in like the mid 90s, if not late 90s, somewhere around 96, 97, I think.
yeah.
Or I could be wrong.
Well, my Super Soaker was the garden hose. That's all I got. Like,
If you want to control the pressure, you have to pinch it with your thumb, just the end of the hose there.
or a fucking Ziploc bag with water. You get off. You squeeze a
garden
little.
hose attachment if you have any.
Yeah, that's the ghetto water balloon, the Ziploc bag.
50 cents little squirt guns from the corner store that broke after like one usage.
Exactly.
I had.
That all right. My number one. I only had 2 figures, technically 3, but the neighbor up the street collected them all. I was tempted to steal some, but I never did because he left it outside in his yard, just scattered around. And I was just like, shit, he doesn't even know this is here.
It deserves to go to a better home.
Well, the thing is I hate admitting this, but this family was really dirty. Like, they had so many cats and dogs that the inside, I didn't even want to go inside because it smelled like urine, and it was just nasty. So even probably playing with those toys at the time was probably, oh shit, man, probably made me sick. But that is none other than He-Man, Masters of the Universe, and I know John has a few of those figures.
Yeah.
But He-Man, they were big, like muscular, pretty detailed when it came to showing the quality of the characters. A lot of them had, like little mechanisms that you can either move their head or their arms. Couple of the ones that I owned was the Battle Cat Cringer with He-Man. I had that set for my birthday, and then I think for Christmas I got Skeletor with they all had like little weapons you can put in their hands, which was awesome. But I always lost those or chewed on them. For some reason, I don't know, it's just something with I used to chew on shit. All my toys are all chewed up.
At that age.
Yeah, so I'd bite off like his little staff thing, the round part at the top. But my favorite characters that I didn't have was like Manny Faces, because his head would turn, like you could change, his the way his face looked.
Right.
I liked. There was this, Beastman, Merman, but I liked. There was this guy, like, I don't know what his name was, but he was like a skunk. He was all black and he had a skunk head.
Oh, Stinkor.
Stinkor, that's right, Stinkor.
Mm-hmm.
But you had like Evelyn, Mechanic, Manny Faces, man. But just they came out with so many, it just got to the point where there's no way that I could collect them all, because I was lucky to get something at the dollar store with my parents, or even Goodwill. I remember my parents were so frugal that I couldn't even get like a bag of toys for like $2, that they had a mixture of the stuff. but my real number one was my Wee Wee. No, I'm kidding. That's what I played with. All right. So, He-Man. Hope I didn't spoil any of your guys' lists. I probably did. But Aaron, your shot, man. You're number one.
Okay, so my number one is, it would be the WWF Pro Wrestling Ring and the figures that came with it by Hasbro. And they came out from 1990 all the way to 1994. growing up, I was really, really into pro wrestling. So right now I got the figures from like IRS to Jake the Snake Roberts, Big Boss Man, all those other kinds of things. And what's cool about them is not only did they have details that are, kind of accurate to the actual character, but they're a little bit cartoony, but the scaling-wise, they were nicely proportioned, and they had these really cool gimmicks. Some of them had this little wind-up hand, so all you need to do is pull the hand back this way, let it go, and then it'll have this forward smashing kind of motion. And the ring that was sold separately, it was amazing. It was pretty good to scale with the figures, and it allowed me to do a lot of recreation or maybe some dream matches that I have, putting two different wrestlers together in one big match. It was a really good time.
That's
Aaron,
that's something that's going to be on my list as well. But mine were the original, so I'll bring that up. But wrestling, again, I had friends that liked, would always get the pay-per-views, and that's how I got into it, because he would have these WrestleMania parties, and I really didn't know other than there was a cartoon, Rock and Roll Wrestling, I think, called Rock and Roll Wrestling. But as far as like the figures, oh yeah, he had all those figures, but not. He had a couple of the ones, but they were littler. But I'm talking about the LGN ones. That's my time. Is when the big rubberized ones that were heavy as hell. Those were the ones that I played with. That's on my list. But
yeah, the ones that I have actually came after, so they're smaller in scale, about 4.5 inches tops. And
well, at least and the arms bent, so you could actually like pretend like you're slamming people.
Oh, I see. I think those were the Bendums.
Okay, so yours didn't bend?
No.
Okay.
They were hard plastic, but they had a bit of a cartoony look, and they had some like spring-loaded gimmicks of some kind.
Gotcha. Okay. John, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Aaron if he like, I think in the late '90s they started coming out with them, because I had a few. It was the Jack specific ones.
Yeah.
The wrestling. Yeah. Those.
Yeah.
I know they. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. I was about to say that when I was still into the Hasbro stuff, so when Jax came out, I think it was maybe 1995 to 96. That made it difficult for me because they actually stood taller than the figures I have, like at least 5 inches tall. So, and then they made a ring that's bigger and scalable to them. So it was hard for me to keep buying figures during the Attitude era. I did buy the Bendums of the Attitude Pro Wrestlers because it was still in scale with the ones made by Hasbro. But of the Jacks that I do have, I actually bought one figure, which was from the Legends line. I had to get Mr. Fuji in his bowler hat and the tuxedo.
Nice. Yeah. I had a bunch of those Jax ones when they were, mid to late '90s, and then they started getting progressively better with the scanning of the actual body and the face, and they looked more lifelike and everything. I had like the early ones that I used to get at a store here, like at Family Dollar, and they were pretty cheap back then, like the Rock and a few other ones when I started getting into figure collecting again. But now they're huge, like the wrestling figures that they're selling now, man. Like they're so detailed and everything. They look so cool, man.
All right, we got Blue Corner. We have Pat in the chat. They're playing along. It's okay, guys. Just list one at a time after we all go around, and I'll mention your guys's. But if you start like blasting a bunch of like non-stop toys, then I'm not gonna read them because you're gonna spoil our lists. Pat's number one would be Tiger Electronic Games.
Oh, those are good.
Yeah, so I don't even know if his is the ones that I played with, but there was ones with just like the green lines, the red lines that are really.
Yeah, I think that's what I mean.
The base.
Some of them were licensed from. I had two of them actually. One was by Jurassic Park, and another one was Street Fighter 2. Honestly, the most like mundane thing that you could ever play, because you only got a directional pad that goes left and right and 2 buttons, but they don't really do much.
And then Blue Corner says G.I. Joe. That was obvious for him. That's his favorite cartoon, favorite everything. Yo Joe.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Number 2, John. Round 2.
All right, so coming in at number 2 is another 80s cartoon / figures put out by LJN, and it's from 1985 to 1987. I have some of the figures somewhere. The old school figures, I don't have that many left. It was something that my brother actually had more of than me, and he had the Cat's Lair, so you guys already know what I'm talking about.
Thunder.
And that's Thundercats. Yep. So Thundercats. Oh! So there we go, man.
Thundercats are on the loose.
Thundercats are loose. Yeah, that was probably one of my favorite cartoons too, man.
No doubt.
I don't have any of the old school figures to show, but I do have they just redid side this, which something probably Aaron and Hoarder would see when they go to the comic book shop. And this is the Mezco. This thing's like this is Panthro. This thing is mega scale action figure right here. But that's basically how it looked and everything. The 6-inch figures from back in the day. So that's the Panthro mega figure right there. Sweet. I have that. I also have a smaller one of Lionel and Tigra. I think they're smaller in scale, but I have those in the back on the top shelf.
Hey,
yeah, that was Thundercats, man. Huh?
You can show us your custom one?
Oh, you want to see the custom that I did?
Yeah, you customized figures too. Your Panthro, yeah.
I used a what is it? Marvel Legends Wolverine, and I customized the Panthro. I had nunchucks, I don't know where they went, but that is my custom Panthro right there, made from a Wolverine figure. It's pretty accurate and everything, And I actually submitted this to there was this toy magazine, and they featured it in a toy magazine. I have the thing somewhere. So that's Panthro right there, my customized.
Dude, that's cool, man.
Yep.
You just use like
made from a Marvel Legends.
What kind of paint you used?
Huh?
Model paint? What kind of paint?
Oh, model paint. Yeah, I had. Model paint. Like model paint. He lost some of his spikes. I don't know if you guys can see that. Like he's got one spike left right there. I used Super Sculpey for that and stuff and everything, and then fabricated some other stuff. But basically, it's just a real good paint job, and I used the Dremel to sand down some shit on it. But like I said, man, I used to do a lot of custom back in the day, but just don't have time for it anymore. I also did I did a Johnny Blaze one too, like the Ghost Rider. He's on his motorcycle. I don't know where his sunglasses went, but there's Johnny Blaze right there. We did him.
Nice.
So, yep. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so Thundercats is my number 2.
My list is getting jacked up. All right, Brian, go ahead.
All right. My next one is I mean, they had the girl version and a guy version of the same sort of figure, but there were these little toys that they would put inside like little clamshells and little highway, like it was called Mighty Max.
Oh yeah.
And there was one that was like a big one, a big set. It was like I don't know. Most of them came in like these little like compacts, kind of like it looks like a makeup case almost, but it was like I don't know. You opened and closed it, and it had like different little places wherever they can like you can move the little figures around and shit. But there's like I had the big mountain one or whatever, and it had like all this extra room to play with. Me and my buddies would always just play with a little set, and the girls did Polly Pocket was the girl version of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's hard to describe. But if you look up pictures on Google Images, it's on there.
Yeah, I hear you. Those things must be really easy to lose if you're not careful.
Yeah, the pieces were so easy to lose, but the little figures were like this minuscule thing, and then they were pretty detailed too. But yeah, I remember playing with.
I take it was it based off the cartoon, or did it?
I think the cartoon was based off the toy.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a good tie-in there, and Mad Max was actually a pretty spooky cartoon.
It was almost around the same time, I think, when they both came out around the same time.
So it's more like the boy version of like Polly Pockets or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the only difference is with Mad Max, you're having him go through this spooky sort of mystical adventure, whereas Polly Pocket is like playing house but with miniature little toy dolls.
Yeah,
you said Mad Max, Mighty Max.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mighty Max. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Don't tease me on the comment section.
One of the ones that I had, whenever you close it, it's like a little it's almost looks like a transformer or something like that. Because whenever you closed it, there would be one that looked like a snake, one looked like an alligator. It's just different figures, but when you open it up, it'd be like a little Mighty Max world.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. But I remember they had ones with little skeletons and stuff like that he would fight, and that sort of thing.
Nice. All right, Dennis. My number 2 is your number 1, and that's Yo Joe, Real American Hero. So these were put out. Damn it! It was either Mattel or Hasbro.
It was Hasbro, dude.
Hasbro. Okay. The reason why I like these is they rank higher than the original Star Wars figures because they had the bendable arms, the posable figures. So believe it or not, majority of how we used G.I. Joe to play with was wrestling because they could fucking do pile drivers and DDTs and stuff like that.
Plus, you had the Sergeant Slaughter figure to go with it, so.
Yeah, that's true. So Sergeant Slaughter.
They had that Kung Fu grip, man.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, so their hands got broken when you try to shove a weapon that didn't belong to them. You try to force it in, it would break. But that frickin' black rubber band type deal that connected the body, the torso, to the groin, to the legs, would always break if you twisted them or pulled on them. So we would makeshift it with a rubber band, but it got all stiff. But sometimes the heads could pop off. My favorite figures were definitely Cobra Commander, Destro. I liked the Zartan figures. I forget what they're called. That faction. Dennis, if you want to mention what's Zartan and the something but there was Monkey Wrench, Buzzsaw. Yeah, it was Monkey Wrench, Buzzsaw, and Ripper. But Zartan, he was he is camouflage. He would change colors and shit. But he had Zartania and as a sister, and then he had a brother too. But I personally didn't have any G.I. Joes that I remember, but my friend that got all the WrestleManias, man, he got every toy. And I remember his mom would always put stuff on layaway for him. He was always talking about layaway, and I didn't know what that was. I thought that you just asked Kmart to put stuff on layaway for you and you got it for free. But he would have every new figure, and dude, I was so jealous, and that's all I wanted to do after school is go to his house and play with his toys. The Dreadnoks. Thank you. Yeah, the Dreadnoks. But numerous characters, numerous vehicles. Dusty, I remember. Shipwreck with the parrot. The what's that guy's name? The rescue guy.
Oh, with
Not
the helicopter?
yeah, the red guy. Not airlift. I forget.
Wild Bill?
No. But yeah, Snake Eyes, Storm Shadow. Yep. Quick Kick. I remember Quick Kick, the Bruce Lee character. He was dope. But yeah, with those we would play like in the backyard, and then like just any like dirt, grass, and we would take the hose and make a little like river and shit, and reenact like they were in like the jungle, like and playing war and shit. But it was cool. The guy's name was Alpine. Blue Corner says. All
Did
right.
your friend also get the Street Fighter tie-ins as well?
What? There was Street Fighter.
Yeah, there were Street Fighter G.I. Joe figures.
Oh
It's like
wow.
Street Fighter characters, but in the same scale as the G.I. Joes.
No, because this was. I mean, we're probably a decade apart here. These were the original like little figures that were like 87, 88, and you're probably
right.
mid 90s.
Yeah, early 90s.
Yeah. So, nope. Once video games like Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega came out, it was over. That's all I did was play video games, and I lost interest in the toys and the cartoons because all I did was play video games back in the day. All right. Anybody else in the chat before we move on to number 3? You want to list our number 2, Pat, if you're still here? Blue Corner. All right. Oh, no, you're number 2, Aaron.
Yes, my number 2 is a perfect toy suited for people who loves dinosaurs. I'm talking about Dino Riders. Made by Tyco. It came out from 1988 all the way until 1990. And the best part about it was you have these dinosaurs that are equipped with like a mechanized saddle. You got people just equipping these dinosaurs with like missile launchers. You got claws that grab. So it was how do I describe it? I mean, you got dinosaurs that are just carrying on this war, and you got the human-sized characters to actually sit in the seat and be a part of the huge battle. So you had a Tyrannosaurus Rex, you got a Brontosaurus, a Triceratops. The detail was actually very good for something mass-produced, and the color choices was really well. So much that the Smithsonian called up Tyco and said, "Hey, what you did with these dinosaurs are really cool. Could you just reissue the same molds without the weaponized or the human type of gimmicks and just release them as an actual separate museum quality kind of toy back in '92? But I remember this one story when I love going to KB's a lot. And just like the Blu-ray hoarder, I got parents who won't give me everything when I ask for it. So around the time Dino Riders was cool, and when I walked into the store, all the kids were buying them. Not only that, they were taking them out of the store and actually playing it with it outside. You know, like they were so excited that they had to go ahead and not wait until they go home to actually have fun. So I went in there. I can't remember which dinosaur I pointed out, but I knew I wanted one. I asked my mom, and she said no. All I remember is walking out of that store crying. And to make matters worse is going outside and seeing all the other kids having their own toy and just having a blast with it. Oh, man.
Yeah, dude, Dino Riders, I love the cartoon, so I just remember, they had those like helmets and the metal helmets, the T-Rex, one of the main characters.
Yeah.
But they had, various Stegosaurus, Brontosaurus, raptor type characters, pterodactyls. But I just remember watching that show. There was another dinosaur show at the time. I think it was Dino Saucers. Or that's what I meant. Get confused.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking Dino Saucers, but I do remember Dino Riders because Dino Riders is like there's humans that rode on them, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so I'm thinking of Dino Saucers. But Dino Riders, yes, at the same time, dinosaurs were like the shit back then.
Mhm.
And so I do remember both the cartoon and the toy line. But cool. All right, Patrick said Transformers is number 2, which I bet everyone's on that list. And then Dino Riders, he said the Valorians are good and the Rulons are bad. That's what Blue Corner said. Sweet. Thanks for the knowledge. Number 3, John.
Number 3, coming in at number 3 is, ironically enough, is a company that started making dime store toys back in the 1950s. So as early as the 1950s, they were making dime store toys. Not necessarily this, what I'm going to show you, but back in the 70s, they started doing action figures. They had they had DC, they had Marvel, they had Universal Monsters, they had TV, they had movies like singers. Like I think they had who was it? They had singers. I know they had singers. They might have had like Sonny and Cher or some shit like that. But TV stuff like Chip, Dukes of Hazzard. But the company's name is Mego Figures. And I actually have the Hulk one here from 1974. His arm is broke. You can see that. My son was fucking with it one time, and he broke the arm, like the pin that sits in the side of the arm. He broke it. So when he gets his first paycheck, he's gonna be buying me another Mego Hulk. That's the first thing he's gonna do. But this is from 1974. Mego Hulk. Yeah. See, had a rubber head, plastic body, and cloth like clothes. It came out like with all kind of stuff: Batman, Bruce Wayne, Robin, Superman, Clark Kent. I mean, they had all types of stuff, man. And if you can find them in pristine condition, some of them go for a lot of money. Mego figures. You probably see them at any comic book shop or any convention that you go to. They'll be behind the glass case and shit. People like, oh, you know, this one's for this much, this one's this much. And it's true because it's hard to find them in condition. They had the same problem kind of with the G.I. Joes. They had the kind of elastic inside and everything. I don't know if you guys can see that. They had like elastic inside that held the limbs together and stuff. And that weren't thinking like, oh, I'm going to save this for when I'm 25 years old so I can resell it. They were just playing with them and knocking them around and stuff. So a lot of stuff didn't survive, but those that did, you know, usually go for good prices. Certain ones more than others. So, Mego, that's my number 3.
Did they only make Marvel or did they do DC?
No, dude, they did DC, they did Marvel, they did Universal Monsters, they did like TV and movie figures, they did celebrities, they did just about everything. If you look them up, you'll see like all the figures that they came out with over the years. That
figure that you gave to Jordan, was that an Amigo?
That was a repro, like a reproduction Mego that they put out in probably the 2000s. But it was in the same scale, same cloth like outfit and rubber head and everything. But yeah, the one I sent him was, they started doing them again. They started doing them again in the 2000s, redoing them and stuff. But this one's an original. You guys probably can't see it, but in the back it says 1974. You probably won't pick it up, but it's right there on his neck.
Cool.
So this is the original one. But yeah, Mego figures, man. Yep. That's it.
All right, Brian.
All right. The next one I have on my list is a toy that came out in like '87, I think. I read up on it when I was doing my list, but it's a little hand puppet toy that was like really like creepy, and they were called the Boglins. Any of you heard of this?
Yeah, they had cages.
Yeah, they were in cages, and the bars of the cage would be like bent.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just a really like creepy looking thing. Like, have you ever seen the movie like Basket Case? It kind of looks like the Basket Case monster, kind of.
Wow.
A good way to describe it, but it's kind of creepy and kind of scary for like little kids. But my uncle gave me like a few of them, and then I like had like a whole set of these little weird things. But yeah, I don't know. They're really really creepy looking though.
I remember
Alright.
those.
Yeah.
The Boggins.
The Boglins, Boglin.
Oh, Boglins. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think I remember them. That name sounds familiar. My number 4. I don't know what's up with Dennis. He's like predicting my shit. That is Transformers. Or that's my number 3. Transformers more than meets the eye. So I only had 2 I ever got in my lifetime. One was Optimus Prime. So what was cool about Optimus Prime is that, it came with this trailer that kind of, flipped out into like this, little play set. But inside the trailer there was this little like drone type machine, like a little
Roller.
moon patroller type thing with like arms that could like grab stuff. But yeah, that dude, like within a week I already broke it, man.
How did that happen?
Yeah, it's so like it was pretty basic. It was easy to transform. Optimus Prime. But my second one, which I loved, is because it would have been cooler if it played music, but that was Soundwave. So it had the little cassette tapes that turned. I think one was called Laserbeak, and which was like the bird, like the little, pterodactyl type character, and then there was like this cat, like this puma panther type.
Ravage.
Ravage, that's right. Yeah. So I had that like 2-pack that you could buy separately, and it would go inside his little cassette, his torso. But yeah, I would always like pretend like it was like a real Walkman and shit. But I just loved this character, like his Rumble. Rumble was the dog-like one. Ratchet. Yeah. Ravage, I think. Not Ratchet. Ravage. But it was like, to me, Transformers were awesome just because you had, the best of both worlds. You had like a vehicle, or, and then you had the robot form. But again, the dude that had the G.I. Joes, that had the wrestlers, he had all the Transformers too,
Oh,
and
no
got
way.
spoiled. So he had my favorites for the fucking Constructicons. That
Oh.
yes.
I gotta ask, was he an only child?
He was an only child. And what was interesting is I would go to his house, spend the night, because he lived like, it was like an hour drive from where we lived, and that was what was weird, is he would go to the same school as me, but he would live like way far. It's because his parents worked babysitting problems. They worked throughout the day, and then his grandma lived down the street from my school. And so after school, he would just stay at his grandma's house, and that's where he would bring a lot of his toys, and then that's where we would play. But then they would pick him up. But you talk about, spoiled. Transformers were kind of his favorite, because he had like the Dinobots, the Constructicons, like he had everything, man. But the Constructicons was good because they had what was it? I know some of the characters were like Mixmaster.
Yeah. You had Mixmaster,
Bone
Bone Crusher.
Destructicon? Is it Destructicon? The main, when they formed the
You mean when they combined? What was the name of the? It was called Devastator.
Devastator, that's right.
Yep.
Devastator. But he had Insecticons like all the Dinobots. It was awesome. All right.
All right.
Go ahead, Aaron. Number 3.
My number 3, I'm not sure if a lot of people remember this or even are familiar with it. Growing up, I was really into monster trucks when it started to introduce itself as a motorsport and became huge. So Matchbox created their own line of monster truck toys. Some of them were custom made based on Matchbox's own design, but then you also had actual licensed vehicles such as Bigfoot, you had USA 1, Rolling Thunder, to name a few, and they were made out of die-cast. So it was it was really awesome to play with. And toy cars that you find in the store, they were small enough to fit underneath their wheels perfectly. So you could just line them up into a row and just have your monster trucks just crush them or roll over them if you wanted to. And recreate your own races as well.
Were they battery operated?
No, they were all manual.
Okay.
Yeah. You push it with your own hand and you go boom.
Got you. I remember ones. I don't know if they're battery operated, but I think you just pull them back. And, and
there were different variations of the monster trucks in general, but most of them came from different companies that just wanted to cash in. So yeah, like the ones that you see that you can just pull back and let go, those are how do I put it? The ones that I've seen came from Film Factory, you know, the cheap ones where you could just exchange your tickets just to get those. But there were some battery-operated ones. I'm not sure if it was made by Tyco, but I once had a Grave Digger truck, and there was a little on and off switch on the bottom of the chassis. You switch it on, and the rows would just roll forward, and you let it go, and then pick it up to turn the switch back off.
Okay. This isn't on my list. Well, I'll bring it up later. Maybe I can use it as a substitute, but. My favorite of those monster trucks was Bigfoot, of course, and Gravedigger.
Oh yeah, they're the two biggest names back in the day.
Yeah.
And those two were like the best in the competition, and it was a matter of who can beat who in every single race.
Yep. All right. Anyone? Okay. Patrick said Team Extreme Centurions. I remember the cartoon. I don't remember the figures, but I can imagine. And then Blue Corner says Power Extreme. I don't know what that is. That's some Denmark thing, huh? All right. Number 4, John.
All right. Number 4 was already said. Hoarder already said it. But it's my number 4, and that's Masters of the Universe, put out by Mattel. The toys actually came out before the cartoon, so the toys were the selling point for the cartoon, not vice versa in this case. And they started coming out with the toys between, the first run was 82 to 88. Then they redid the whole line again in 2002 to 2004. And then in 08 to 2015, they started putting them out with even more, like more detail, more articulation and everything. But basically the main concept of He-Man and the Masters of the Universe came kind of from Conan, which was a comic book way before that, like in the 70s and stuff, maybe even earlier than that. But I have one of the original Masters of the Universe, and it is He-Man. I have a couple more somewhere, but there's He-Man. He no longer stands because, once again, you got this these elastic things that don't hold up after a lot of wear and tear. But the action that most of them had, He-Man, Skeletor, they'd be able to go like that and friggin' do like a punch.
You still have the armor, man. That comes off.
Yeah, I still got the armor. I don't know if I got the sword anywhere, but maybe somewhere. Hard plastic bodies, once again, filled with the rubber heads. And then back here, I got another one right off back. Web Store. You guys can see Web Store. He's right here. He was like the spider one and all that.
You got
this thing.
You got Emmanuel Lewis Webster? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, like, that's Emmanuel Lewis in the Spider-Man costume on his back right there.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
Nice,
Masters of the Universe, man. Like my fourth favorite toy growing up. I didn't have a lot, but the ones I did have, I tried to take care of and stuff. And I wasn't an only child either, because I had a younger brother and sister. So whatever I played with, basically they played with. You know what I mean? I got kind of the good stuff until my brother got a little older, then he started getting like the better shit, because by that time, like Hoarder, I was already playing video games and kind of getting away from toys and stuff. But yeah, Masters of the Universe, man. 83 is the Filmation that we all know, the Filmation cartoon that came out and stuff. But here's another example. Here's a side-by-side of the 80s one and the one that came out in the 2000s. But that's He-Man from the 80s.
Okay.
And that's He-Man from the 2000s. Still with articulation, you know, still does his signature thing. Some of them had a button on the back that they could do some other kind of action or what. But you can see the detail and everything and all that. So that's it.
Cool.
Sweet.
All right. We're at number 4.
Yep.
All right. Number 4 for me was it was like a robot toy from 1992. It's like I think it's the second variation of it. I think it came out in the 70s also. It's a 2XL. It's like a smart robot, and you would put little like cassettes in the front part, and he would like teach you stuff and ask you a question. If you got it wrong, he'd like make a smart ass remark to you.
Oh,
Like, it was pretty cool. It looked like a little version of Rosie from like the Jetsons, kind of. This robot looked like.
oh, okay.
But yeah, it's pretty neat. Like back, I think the 70s version of it had like 8 tracks in there. But yeah, it was the first thing you can like, first robot you could like interact with, you know. Like,
yeah.
Like you give your answer, and if it was wrong, he would say some crazy stuff that I forget what he'd say, but.
Today, do you think there are toys that make kids feel inferior if you get a question wrong?
Yeah, I think one of his things he would say was like, even though you got the last two answers right, you got this one wrong, or you like sucked or something like that, and like it was just funny. But yeah, 2XL. I remember this robot, and like I was like 7 or 8 years old when it came out, so.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh, Pat's familiar with it. 2XL, yeah. All right. My number 4 was already kind of mentioned by Aaron. That is WWF figures. But mine were the LGN ones that weren't posable. They were just, you know, kind of like rubber, like vinyl figures. But they had like good weight to them. They were large. And we would, my friend had the ring. And we would just, you know, relive certain pay-per-views. But my favorite figures were like King Kong Bundy, because he was posed. His arms were kept down, and so his arms were kind of like this, and you could stick people's heads in, and you could easily like do a DDT move on them, or double DDTs too. I remember that. But I remember that. I remember Macho Man Savage would be up here, so you could do his like elbow moves, elbow drop from the top rope, and of course Hulk Hogan, George the Animal Steel, Jimmy Fly's Snooxe. But there were also he also had, I don't know if you know, AWA. AWA, like this was the competing wrestling organization that had Road Warriors, it had the Rock and Roll Express, it had Shawn Michaels, Marty Jannetty before they went to WWE or WCW, Wahoo McDaniel, so some old school wrestlers. But those figures were a lot smaller, and the heads were like rubberized like the He-Man. but the bodies were hard plastic, very hard. But I preferred the WWE figures just because that was the main wrestling federation that we watched. But those go for some pretty good money now. I was checking on eBay, and you can get 5 or 6 figures for over $100. But Roddy Piper, all the old school ones, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, Demolition. Remember Demolition?
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys were awesome.
You even had the Iron Sheik and Mr. Fuji as well.
Yep, and Nikolai Volkov. Yeah, they did good.
Did your friend have Andre?
Yes.
Did you have Andre?
Yep, that dude was big. It was pretty plain, just the tights and
that gigantic afro.
Yes, the big hair. But yeah, they were plain. I think the figures back then went for around $8.99, $9.99, I believe. But just watching wrestling made me big into those. Leroy said he had the Hulk Hogan and the Iron Sheik back in the day. What's up, Leroy? And then Blue Corner, who was a wrestling fan, he said he never had a single figure. And what's up? Friday the 14th up in here. Wow, we got a lot of people watching now. Charlie, what's up? Charlie De La Torre. Old school Megos go for some big money. I don't know Megos.
Migo. That's the one I was talking about.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were saying Amigo.
No, Migo.
Oh, Megos. Okay, my bad. All right. So those that are playing along, go and list your number 4. Go ahead, Aaron. Round out this round.
My number 4 would be Micro Machines, small miniature vehicles and aircrafts, anything. But there was one particular line that I especially love, going back to the time when monster trucks and tractor bulls became a hit back in the late 80s, early 90s. Micro Machines had their own line of toys. So what I loved was their tractor pull line. You had modified tractors, even the 2-wheelers, and they also throw in those sleds that they pull as part of a set. So you normally had 3 tractors and 1 pulling sleigh in one pack.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Micro Machines. I forgot all about them, but I love them. You remember the commercials with like that Scatman dude?
Oh yeah, he talked really fast.
Yeah, really fast. But Micro Machines, yeah, I loved them because you can get like, 3 or 4 of them in a pack when you bought them. But yeah, I love the play sets and all that.
And they make good booby traps too for criminals who try to break into your home.
All right. Blue Corner says number 4 is Legos, and then Pat says Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Cool. All right, John, go ahead and take over. I got the curry's running through my system. I gotta go bathroom.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So next up, my number 5 is gonna be a toy line and it ran through until 2011 in some form. And that was Weebles, spelled W-E-E-B-L-E-S. They were egg-shaped character figures, and they came with play sets and stuff. Originally put out by Romper Room, picked up by Hasbro. Hasbro just seems to be like picking up all these lines. They're becoming like Walmart. They're taking over everything and shit. Hasbro. But and ironically enough, I live in the city where the main offices for Hasbro are. It's in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. I live maybe like a 5-minute drive away from it. If I want, I can go take pictures with fucking Mr. Potato Head and stuff. You know what I mean? Like the one they got sitting outside their corporate office. And they used to have the molding offices in the city that I grew up in. So we used to, the trains that would come through, the cargo trains that would come through in the back of the molding offices, we would go there and we would try to, we try to get in there sometimes and peek in and see if we could see if they were coming with any GI Joes or molds for the Joes or whatever back in the day. But Weebles, like I said, were put out by Romper Room, picked up by Hasbro. Egg-shaped characters, and Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. And I think my favorite one was the Haunted House set that they came out with, probably late 70s, early 80s. If you guys don't know about Weebles, look it up and look up the play sets that they came out with, which were actually pretty cool.
That looks pretty cool. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. So do either of you guys remember Weebles at all? Like, or anybody that had them growing up, or what?
Can't say that I have.
No, but the Haunted House set looks pretty neat.
Yeah, I used to love the shit out of that Haunted House set, Brian. It was pretty funny. Came with a ghost, a witch, I think couple little regular people and stuff. Had like a mirror. Yeah, it was mad cool. That one. That was my favorite one.
It opens up like kind of like that Mighty Max set that I liked, that skull one.
Yeah, dude.
That's true.
If you could have even played with the Mighty Max stuff and put it in those Weeble houses or something like that, man.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
that's pretty good.
that's my number 5, man. Weebles. So from the 70s.
Yep.
All right. You got Brian.
My next one is it's a Tyco RC car, and this one was called Rebound.
Shoot.
I played with a lot. Like, it had wheels that were so big that whenever it flipped on the other side, it was still wouldn't you wouldn't have to go pick it back up,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
if it hit a wall, it would just like roll over.
Bounce off, roll over from the wall, man. It was pretty cool. But
Yeah.
I used to have a couple of different ones of those Tyco RC cars back then because they would break pretty easily, or you would you would run them down a sewer drain or some shit, But yeah, the Rebound was my favorite one that I had.
I felt bad because one time I was playing with my cousin's Tyco Rebound, and like the commercials, they can easily fool a kid. Like they took it outdoors, they made it drive on dirt. So I was driving it on the driveway, and there was a little puddle left from the rain.
Yep.
I ran through it, and then the water got into the gears and fried up the circuit. I felt so horrible.
Yeah.
I broke a toy that wasn't even mine. So how much of a jerk am I?
Wow.
Accidentally.
Yeah. Number 5.
All right. That's a good one. I never had the luxury of getting something that extravagant, that big. So I'm totally. I love the cartoon. John already mentioned it. The figures were, similar to He-Man, but some of the characters were, they didn't make as many as He-Man, but they were awesome. They had weapons. I believe some even had like little, were they hoverboards for Kit and Cat?
Mm-hmm.
Thundercats? Yeah, so Thundercats. Just remember the same guy that the house smelled like pee, he had a lot of the Thundercats. So we would intermix the Thundercats with He-Man. He had Mum-Ra. He had dude, I'm trying to think. Chitara, definitely Panthro. What is the other dude's name? The other lion guy? Tigra, yeah.
Tigra.
I remember Tigra. But they had some funky, like a vulture guy as a bad guy.
Vulture Man.
Vulture Man.
Vulture Man.
Okay. And then like a hyena type dude? Jackal?
Jackal Man.
Yeah, Jackal Man. Or whatever man. Whatever. they just named anything with a man after it, and it was a Thundercat.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, Snarf. They even had Snarf, man. But didn't you have to buy another figure to get Snarf? I think he came with somebody. I know, like the twin.
I'm not sure, man.
Okay.
Not sure.
But yeah. So that's Thundercats, already mentioned. All right. We are on to Aaron, number 5.
My number 5 pick comes from a show that I have loved since I was a kid. This is Bandai's Mighty Morphin Power Rangers line. So I've had all kinds of figures from. I had the Rangers that had this spring feature where they're wearing their power suits, but you can switch from their regular face to their face with the helmet on. All you need to do is flip their head around, and there's a little trap door that keeps it in place. You push the little button down, it opens, and then you change the face back. And I also had the Megazord, and the Megazord basically is all of these Dinobots, not that Dinobots from the Transformers, but you had the Dinozords, mind you, and you had the blue Triceratops, the yellow saber-toothed tiger, the blue mammoth, black mammoth, I mean Mastodon, I'm sorry, red Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the pink Pteranodon. And so what was cool about them is that you were able to transform them from their dinosaur modes all the way to their robot mode. So you are able to transform the dinosaurs into 3 different kind of settings. Them in their dino mode. The second one was in battle mode. That's when they come together and they form this little tank with 2 barrels pointing on each side. And then you got the Megazord in. Oh no, wait, I got it wrong. It was, the one that I described was in tank mode. The third form, the robot mode, is called battle mode. That's what it was. So you combine them together, you transform them, and then they become that giant Megazord. And it came with the sword, and you can use the Black Mastodon's face as a shield.
Wow, like Power Rangers were like a little bit after my time, so but my cousins, man, they loved all of them.
Oh yeah, the Megazord was one of the toys that absolutely every single kid just had to have. If a child loved the show, a child had to get that Megazord. But I can't remember how much they cost when they came out in retail. But considering inflation, it wasn't an easy buy.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, anything over $20 for my parents were like off limits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, round 6. Anybody playing along? List your number 5. Go ahead, John.
Yeah. All right, round 6. Coming in at number 6 for me is a company that put it out called Galoob. I don't know if you guys heard of Galoob, G-A-L-O-O-B. This was, but the Filmation cartoon came out before the actual figures, action figures, and the action figures were running along the same time that He-Man was, and it was very similar in some ways, but not. And even the mold of the figure and how it looked and everything was very similar to He-Man. It was a whole different story other than He-Man, but you know, and that was Black Star. So this is Black Star. People might get confused. They're like, "Oh, that's a dark-haired He-Man." No, it's not. It's Black Star, and they had you know, these little kind of like troglodyte things. They look like little trolls that these guys had to protect and everything. And there was the bad guys, of course, and everything. And the feature that came on this was showing kids how to light shit up, basically. It had a feat. This hopefully still works. So it's a thing like a lighter on the back, and it makes it.
Wow.
It makes it like light up the chest and everything. So it still works after all these years. But that's Black Star. If you guys never heard of it or anything, there is a DVD set of it, of the entire series. I think it only ran for like maybe 15 episodes or something, not that long. But it was something I grew up with and I liked a lot. So Black Star for me at number 6.
Nice. I remember you showed that during the cartoon episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was one of your cartoons I think you liked.
Yep.
Yeah.
Brian, that Black Star was the inspiration for He-Man.
I I would say Conan was the inspiration for both, basically. You know, just the whole Conan, because Conan with the dark hair and everything, the comic book. I'd say Conan was the inspiration for a lot of these.
And Blue Corn said Knight Rider remote control car is the number 5.
Who's that, Pat?
Dennis.
Oh, Dennis. Yep.
All right, Brian.
Cool. All right. Well, the next one I have is kind of almost like a easy bake oven type thing for guys, but it was like you would make like little bugs out of it. It was
creepy crawlies.
Mold set, creepy crawlers. Yeah.
Oh.
That's my number 6. I just liked it because you know you had to. You can make as many of them as you wanted, you know, like you just have a ton of those creepy crawlers, and I remember like planting them around the house and scaring the crap out of my mom, and just having fun as a kid, you know. I hide them underneath your sheets in the bed, and she'd freak out and shit.
Works just like advertised.
Yep, just like the advertised. Yep, seen something on the commercials, you're gonna do it. But yeah, creepy crawlers, my number 6. Those were just fun to make, like. They gave you these little like bottles, and you like put them in the little molds and shit, and then they would come out, and you can make more and more and more, whatever. And they had different mold sets and stuff.
That was the male version of Easy Bake Oven.
Yep, it was. But you weren't eating. You weren't making actual food. You could eat.
You can eat what you made, though.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Cool.
Yeah.
I kind of remember those. Yeah.
I think it was like 94, 95, somewhere around there. Maybe a little earlier, 93, 4.
Yeah, I remember those. What?
Oh yeah, I forget. It's my turn. Number 6. So Tony's commenting. He just said, "Hey man," he was talking about throwback AWA wrestling figures. I was like, dude, that was like a long time ago. So he's not watching live. Just hit the icon. Oh, well, I guess if he's not watching live, he can't listen to me. All right. Help him out, Leroy. Help him out in the chat. Number 6. All right, these are little figures, and these are something that my parents could afford because they came in packs. Like, I think it was like $15, but you would get like a pack of 20 or something like that. These were little plastic figures. They were pink, but they came in variations of, I think, different colors, but they were like rare red and I think blue. But these were called muscles.
Yeah.
So they were in shape of little, they were in shape of just little characters, like just the oddest, any characters that you can imagine. Like the whole premise of these figures were that they're wrestling. They were little wrestling figures, but they were tiny, about the size of, you know, a couple inches, but they had a little wrestling ring but there was a video game on Nintendo called Muscles, but they stood for something like Men's Under Mutants something, but yeah, look them up, just like how you would spell muscles, muscle figures, but yeah, they similar to maybe Garbage Pail kind of kids because it had wacky, zany characters, but there were some cool ones like a guy with a hammerhead, and but those were easy to collect because they were so cheap. But again, I would be biting the arms off and shit for some reason.
They do look like bubblegum.
Yeah, they look similar to bubblegum. That was the color of them. But you could get them like at KB Toys or Toys R Us, like in a big old pack, and then there was lined up. I think they made like a total of like 200 something. But if you look on eBay, people have like, I mean, some of them are going for like a couple bucks a piece, which that could be pretty expensive if you're collecting all of them. But some have like a whole lot, like a whole bucket full for like $100. But just something easy to collect back in the day. That's all I got.
I remember those.
I was eating my toys. Just like Blu-ray Evan eating his slipcovers, I be eating my toys. All right. Round. Oh, no. Aaron, finish
Yes.
up.
I remember Muscle Dude.
So my number 6 pick would be Godzilla figures that were made by Trendmasters. Growing up, well, by the time I grew up, I was way past the era of Imperial figures, the Shonen ones with the that version of Godzilla that shoots the little fist out. So when Trendmasters started to make their own Godzilla figures, most of them were based off of the 90s versions. So I had a bendable 90s version of Godzilla. It stood about, I would say, 4.5 inches tall. I also got Space Godzilla. They also made their very own King Ghidorah, Mecha King Ghidorah, Rodan, Mogira. And then not only did they dive into bendable figures, but they started to make hard plastic ones of the same scale, but they equipped them with sound gimmicks. You push the button, and then through the little speaker that you can tell was designed inside their chest, that a roar would come out. But of course, it's nothing like the actual one that we've seen on the movies. They just made their own simple genetic roar, whatever that may be. They also had, going back to Brian when he mentioned Mighty Max, they actually around the time when Mighty Max and Polly Pocket was hit, they made their very own miniature Godzilla playset.
That's
This
cool.
one, however, was the shape of Godzilla's head. You open up the jaws like this, and then you see like a little city where a miniature Godzilla and whatever opponent he's fighting at the time could clash.
Dope.
Let's see. I think
Money right now. I mean, do you have any? Looking at your Godzilla figures, do you have any of the old ones?
no, the ones on my shelf right now, those are the Japanese imports.
Okay.
The ones that are made from Trendmasters, they are stored deep within storage, which
Okay.
I didn't want to take out because that would take a little bit more work than I wanted to.
I hear you. But that's cool that you have some of them. Still.
Yeah, the funny thing about them though is that some of the monsters they were made cartoony. So the ones that I liked didn't really look like the real thing, and back then I had standards. I wanted something that looked very close to what I saw in the movie, but about two monsters never really delivered that. So what I did was I went back to the store, found like a dinosaur figure that's within the same scale, and then I used my imagination to say, okay, you're Anguirus, the spiky one, and then I just grab a pterodactyl and say, you're Rodan for now, and then I would just create my own monster battle with those.
Sweet, man. All right. All right, guys.
All right.
If you're playing along, type in your number 6. Round 7, John.
Round 7 is a toy line that was put out by Fisher-Price in the 1950s, and they still make them to this day, all the way to the present. And they're called Little People.
Oh,
and
hell yeah.
basically what it is, it's exactly what it is. Little people, they have little round heads, and now they have plastic bodies. But I'm from the old school where the body was like a hard wood and painted, versus now where it's like a plastic body, plastic head. It was always a plastic head that you could turn around the heads and stuff. But they used, I don't have any to show, so you guys are gonna have to look it up if you're not familiar with what Little People are. But
Right.
what?
I had the farm.
I had the farm too, kid. I had the farm. I was gonna say that up until I was born in '73, so up until '78 there were no other kids. My brother was born in '78, so I didn't have to share toys with anybody. And my family, wasn't rich, but I had a good like 2 grandmothers buying for me. I had a couple uncles. I had my mom with whatever she could do. She really couldn't do much. And my grandfather back in the early '70s. But I had the farm, like Hoarder said. I had the tree house, which was real fucking cool. Look up the tree house. That was probably one of my favorite. Town. I had the parking garage, which you wound it up, and it would bring the car up and it rolled down the ramp.
Yep.
Had the airplane, the airport. There were two different versions of the airport. There was the airport, first version of the airport. I had that one, and then there was a second version of the airport.
I remember
then
the barn. The barn. You open up the doors and it said "moo."
Yeah. Yep. And it had the animals. It had the sheep. It had the cow. You know, it had the farmer with the little tractor thing and stuff. Yeah, I had a bunch of those, man. And the village. I had the village. It was like a small Main Street like village. It had like a barber shop. It had doors that opened and stuff. It was real fucking cool, like little people.
I remember. Did it come with like a container made of cardboard that was like, you know, where they kept like, you know, the grain? You know what I'm talking about, like the silo.
Yeah, the silo. The silo. Yeah.
Cardboard with like a metal tin bottom. I remember I chewed that up too.
Yeah, you were hungry.
I was hungry.
I gotta ask, of all the toys that you have, which ones didn't you chew on?
I can't remember, man. They all had my mark. I was like the real life Godzilla. Hurrah. All right, Brian.
All right. Next one I have is inspired actually from a movie. This is from movie Home Alone 2, and it's the Top Boy FX or whatever. The handheld little recording device. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah, I remember. Oh, I always wanted that when I was a kid, but I didn't.
But yeah, I used to record some like foul shit and get grounded and stuff like that. Like, you know, your parents find out that they take your recorder and they, whenever you're not looking, and rewind what you said and find out you're just learning all the curse words on this thing, you know. Yeah.
Rad.
Yeah, it was fun. Little.
For me, what made it so cool was that little microphone that you could retract on your own.
Yeah, yeah. It was a little like fun movie tie-in too. I always remember those commercials too.
All right, number 7 for me. These I liked them because I love drawing them. I would just draw circles and make up my own. But these were Mad Balls.
Oh.
So if you look up Mad Balls, it's one word. They were just these little rubber, plastic balls, and they were like horror, like looking like zombies, skeletons, just like gruesome balls that they made, and then I would just like make my own on paper, like different styles and stuff, but nothing to them. You just kind of, you know, they were just rubber balls, like kind of almost like dog chew toys. they were pretty simple. They weren't gushy at all, like how some of them, like some of the balls, like that they're mixed with some kind of fluid that you could press and it would gush their eyes out. These were just hard rubber balls that you just threw and played catch, pretty much. But they would just make different characters, so they were simple. I think they were like $5 a piece, but I had a few of them.
Yeah, they had a comic book, they had a cartoon, they had like a bunch of stuff for that.
Yeah.
I remember those.
All right.
They all had really funny names too. Remember one was like Slobulus.
Wow. Nice.
I think one of them was called Crackhead.
Leroy goes, balls for Robbie to chew on. Yeah.
Oh,
These nuts. All right.
oh.
All right, number 7, Aaron.
Okay, number 7, I have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle toys made by Playmates.
Oh.
They actually expanded their line into a lot of good stuff that ties into the cartoon, the movies, and they also have gotten into all these other different concepts. For me, I remember specifically the Shogun version, tying in a lot of authentic Japanese look to all of their a lot of their looks. I always wanted the Shredder, but I couldn't get one. But the ones that I did have, I got Super Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 on the movie. I had a Foot Soldier. I had Michelangelo. All of the turtles. But I also got from the cartoon, just Shredder. I got a Splinter. I remember one time when, like, man, there were a whole lot of gimmicks. One of them that I thought was interesting were you take the character and you get to transform them into their pre-mutated mode. So you have just a regular turtle, and then you can transform them into any one of the 4 turtles. And there was one for Splinter. I happen to get the one for Shredder. So you get him in his human form, and then you get to like flip out his apparel, and then that's where his armor is tucked in. The problem though is that they were made out of rubber. So one of his apparel flips up here, and it becomes his chest piece, but the shoulder parts, the shoulder spikes, would clip into a small little peg hole in his shoulder. The thing is, the rubber tips are so flimsy that after I transformed him once and tried to transform him back into his regular human mode, the little thing broke, so I couldn't do the transformation anymore. That was so disappointing, and it was the first night I actually got it and took it home.
Nice.
You got Hoarder chewing on shit, and you got Aaron just breaking toys after one use and stuff, man. You know,
yeah, I didn't mean to. In all fairness, they should have made it stronger. Like, you gotta reinforce the little rubber peg hose, because they were just millimeters thick, I swear.
It's funny.
Right on. Can't go wrong with Ninja Turtles.
Nope.
I don't know.
All right.
Number 8.
Number 8. We're on number 8 now, and this has already been mentioned. That was Transformers. I was not lucky enough to have many of these at all. The Gen 1s from 84 to 1990. The only 2 I had were Soundwave, which was the Decepticon, boombox, and Blaster, which was the Autobot boombox. All put out by Hasbro, but we know the history. They had started out before that as where was it in Japan? What was the name of that toy line? Not Takara. Takara? I'm not sure. A friend of mine who has like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Transformers, named Frosty Knife. He would know all this information, but he was the only child, and he had quite a bit of them. And then I had another friend who had quite a bit too, but he got them by a different means, because he used to go to the department store, and this is before they had cameras and stuff, and he would just pull them out of the package and pocket them. So I had a friend that actually stole a bunch of Transformers, and I had another friend who a lot of them were bought for him by his parents. So I would like play with theirs, when they would bring them to school, like in middle school and shit, like 5th and 6th grade. We'd play in the recess yard and make up stuff and all that. And I remember we were playing with them in class one time. Class hadn't started yet. The teacher came in, and she was like a bitch. She just got all pissy. She's like, "Give me those things," and she just snatched them up and put them in her drawer. So they were in her drawer. Later on, like about a week later, she had still not given them back. Me and my friend actually broke into the classroom and took those fucking things back and shit. So that's my little cool story behind Transformers. Like I said, I only had Soundwave and Blaster. I didn't want to steal any, and I didn't have anybody that had the means to buy me so many of them. Like I said, check out Frosty Knives 13. He does reviews of Transformers all the time, and he has a sick fucking collection of Transformers. So.
Yeah, I saw it. It's enormous.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yep.
You had those black market Transformers, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
That's my number 8.
All right,
Brian.
number 8 for me. What's up?
No, you're up.
Yeah, number 8 for me are Pogs. Remember
Oh,
Pogs? It was like a little game of like I think it almost looked like milk caps or something like that, like these little cardboard circles. And what you would do is you would make a stack or whatever, like for your game, or whatever, and you'd have your friend make their own stack and kind of thing, and you'd have these little like heavyweight, thick things called slammers, and you'd slam them down on top of the stack, and whatever ones were like faced up, the person would keep, you know. So, but yeah, they used to sell these things like crazy. Like they were in all sorts of Dollar Tree like type shops. I remember buying them like 30 for $1. And then they had like the actual like Pog brand ones that were like more expensive. But they always had these ones that were when they had like the skulls on them, they were always called Poison for some reason. I don't know if you remember every one of them that had like a skull that just had the word poison on it.
Wow.
And, like I remember having like some special ones that like came in cereal boxes and shit. Like
Yeah.
I had some Power Rangers ones. Like there was like ones for Bobby's World that I had like from the Cookie Crisp cereal box and shit. Like they were everywhere for a while.
Yeah, they were. I never got into them, but some of the characters or the pictures that they put on were awesome. So
Yeah.
I can only imagine like people still have them, like with cool or limited edition ones are worth money.
Yeah, I used to collect the crap out of them, but you know, after a while, if you're actually playing them, not just collecting them or whatever, they would be dented from the slamming.
Yes, I used to play a similar game before Pogs with baseball cards. We would throw them from the top of the stairs all the way to the bottom, and if two touched each other on the same side, you would get all the cards. But
Yeah.
of course, they weren't worth shit because we would ding up all the corners and shit.
Yeah, they would also make like slammers that were like this thin and slammers that were like really big too, like that would demolish the stacks, you know?
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I just remember that being like it was a big crazy thing, like collecting those in the mid-90s.
Yep,
So Pog's my number 8.
right on. All right, my number 8. I got a substitute. It was Star Wars. So the first substitute of my backups, Micro Machines were. I forgot about them, but that reminded me of these these cars that you would pull back, and then you would put like a penny in the back, and it would put little weight to them, and then they would like spin and do wheelies and like spin in circles. So does anyone remember what those are called? Penny pushers, something like that. But I think some you could put like hoarders. But yeah, I just remember having like a little Volkswagen Beetle, and then some other vehicles, a Jeep, I think. But they were cool, man. You would just pull them all the way back till it clicked, and then let go, and then they would just like do a bunch of spins and shit.
It's basically the only toy that you cannot play for free even after you buy the toy. You have to insert some kind of currency inside in order to get it to work.
Yeah, it's always good having, coins laying around.
You have to pay to play, literally.
Yep. Yeah, it's bothering me now because I remember those order. I can't remember the name of those things.
Yeah.
I know my brother had some of those.
They were called penny racers.
Penny racers. Okay.
Penny
Cool.
racers?
Blue Corner said after Transformers. By the way, Transformers cartoon movie is getting put out by Shout Factory on Blu-ray finally.
Fuck, man.
And then
Shit's falling here.
Blue Corner mentioned GoBots. I couldn't get down with GoBots. They were a little generic for me compared to.
It was a poor man's Transformers.
Yeah. GoBots, mighty robots, mighty vehicles, GoBots. All right. Number 9.
Wait a minute, I gotta introduce my number 8.
Oh, that's true. Damn, I always do that. I'm usually last. That's why I am. Go ahead.
Okay, number 8 is a throwback to the Tonka trucks, specifically the construction vehicles. The ones that were made out of die cast, and I were specifically fond of the bulldozers that had like rubber treads. I think it's something that most toys today don't have. It's just rubber treads that can literally give the whole track motion that you would want to see. I think these days the Tonka trucks are, or at least the construction vehicles, are all plastic. If you want a bulldozer, there's like the little wheels underneath. But the ones that I played with was a bulldozer that had this little metal lever on the side. You can literally take it to the sandbox, get the front scoop to get underneath the sand, pull the lever up, and it will actually have that motion where you could dump sand, whatever amount that you scoop up. And yeah, and then you get to combine that with the movement of the traction that you get with treads. It was awesome.
Awesome.
It was one of the toys where I can only go to my cousin's house on either a Thanksgiving or a Christmas luncheon just to play it, because he lived all the way in the mountainous areas of Kula. For those who don't know, like I live on Maui, and from where I am, more on the beach shore side of the property. My cousin lived like across the right on the east coast. I come from the west, so he's on the other side, and you have to drive up a mountain just to get there. So it's like roughly 45 minutes from where I am. Yeah, where the Blu-ray hoarder is.
Yeah. All right. So I remember playing with those. I got a story because they had a sandbox. They had what do you call that? Jungle gym type deal with swings and the slide.
Yeah.
But he had the big dump truck, you know, the metal ones that I would just load with dirt and then dump it. But fuck, he had cats, so there was always like cat shit in there, and I was touching that shit. It was like fucking horrible. It's like, ugh, and then we would throw like the cat turds at each other.
It's like every Toy Story you have involves cats at some point or another.
And I was allergic to cats.
Or they're leaving fur or bodily fluids behind.
Yeah, and so that's something that I didn't chew on.
Of course. We can put on it. It's lead-based paint.
Yeah. You're like, baby Ruth. All right. Now we're on to number 9.
Number 9. All right. So, I don't have any of these figures, but they're put out by Remco. In the early, another group of action figures put out by Remco, the company Remco, early 80s, resembling Masters of the Universe in some regard. 70s comic book put out by DC, and these were called Warlord figures. Warlord was the comic book, and they actually put out the figures for it in the early 80s. So if you guys never heard of it, never seen it, go look up Remco Warlord figures. A lot similar to He-Man, a lot similar to Black Star, you know, same kind of, you know, body type and everything, and, you know, just based off that comic from DC from the 70s. So that's my number 9, Warlord.
Wow. So you don't have any to show? Because I'm not familiar with Warlord.
Nah, those I don't have any to show. I don't really see those in the wild too much, and they're not that common, you know. Not that they're rare or anything. They're not really worth a lot, I don't think. But they're not as common as seeing like Transformers or He-Man or these other lines that came out in the 80s and 70s and all that. But look it up, you know, and you'll see how similar it is to some of these other toy lines that came out. Man. It's my number 9.
Nice.
Cool. Number 9 for me, they all pretty much look the same, except for they had different jewels in their stomach, and that would be the treasure trolls. You know, ugly little trolls with stick-em-up hair, and they'd have different little gems in their stomachs. Yeah, like most of them look the same, but like when you had a bunch of them, they just looked, I don't know.
Yeah, treasure trolls, I think.
Yeah, they were big back in the 90s, but
Yep.
yeah, but
I was actually fooled by one of my cousins. He told me that if you rub the gem and you make a wish, it will come true. I'm not sure that's how trolls work.
yeah, that's what it used to be said on the commercials for it too.
But like I wasn't rubbing them. Oh. All right. Nice one. Okay, we're at number 9.
Yep.
All right, number 9. I never had any, but my cousin did, and dude, I was so jealous. These were awesome, man. They were kind of like the Constructicons. It formed one big robot, and that was Voltron. So Voltron, those that are familiar with the cartoon, by the way, they are rebooting it and on Netflix coming out. I think this month. But Voltron figures, there was 2 types. There were ones, the original ones that were like lions. In Japan, it's called Go Beast Lion. But they were red. There was a red one, a yellow one, a green one, a blue one, and a black one that formed Voltron, this big ass robot with a big old sword. But he had all of them, and we would just play around with it. So I guess I mean, are you familiar with it at all, Aaron?
Yes, I am familiar with Voltron. In fact,
Okay.
I was when I was talking about the Power Rangers earlier, I was going to make it a point that the Megazord functioned similar to Voltron, where that you separate the parts, all of them got their own alternative modes, and then you transform them and combine them into, just one huge robot. It had the same functionality.
Yes. So, oh, it's already on. Okay, Dennis says it's already on 11 episodes of the new Voltron cartoon on Netflix. It's already got put up last week. Cool, man. Looking forward to seeing that, reliving some of the childhood. But is it American? Is it or is it Japanese and dubbed? Interesting. All right, Aaron, you're number 9.
My number 9 is it's actually a variation of the Super Soaker that's earlier than the one Brian presented. Mine is the Super Soaker 100. The earlier models was 50 and 100. 50 was the green one, and it was just this long capsule-sized cylindrical kind of tube, like about this big.
Yep.
But the 100 was blue, and it has the same capsule size but bigger, and there was an extra blue compartment for like extra water, I guess. But yeah, when growing up, I used to play with the Super Soaker 100. My other relatives had the 50. One sad story, though, is during my downtime when we're not having a Super Soaker type of war, I would fill up the 100 model and use it to do stuff like water the plants outside, or even wash the concrete wall that was on the side of the driveway. I was that bored.
How about drink out of it, like when you're hot?
Oh no, not that. It was tap water from the garden hose. You shouldn't drink that.
Okay.
So,
Nice.
So with your parents buying you that toy, they were actually putting you to work without you realizing it.
Well, they didn't have to ask, because I was when I needed to play outside and there was nobody around me, it's like I got the Super Soaker with me. What do? I guess I might as well just mesmerize myself by watering the bushes and all the flowers that are out there. I see that there's this concrete wall. Why don't I just spray a little bit of this lined pattern so I could, I don't know, just for the sake of dousing something.
Can I watch your car, Dad?
Yeah. Get the windshield.
Nice.
You do the squeegee though. I'll soak it. You wipe it up with the squeegee.
We are moving into our number 10, top 10. John.
10. All right, my number 10 is a toy that was put out by Tomy. It's spelled Tomy. I believe it was an Asian company. I believe it was a Japanese company.
Yeah, it's Japanese.
Tomy. Is it? Yeah. Okay. So thank you. Aaron knows Tomy. But in the 80s, they put out this toy that was sold at Radio Shack. And Radio Shack had this tabletop thing called Armatron. It was a thing you controlled with two like levers, almost looked like a video game thing, to pick up objects. It was one arm, and it would rotate and it would turn. It was like the thing that picks up the things that the stuffed animals at the crane, but it was like a thing like that, and it would just pinch together. It could turn, picked up like little balls and little plastic balls and other little plastic things that it came with. But it was from Radio Shack, called Armatron, put out by Tomy in the 80s. So that's my number 10. Look it up if you don't know what it is.
Have you tried picking up things outside of the balls that it came with, like maybe a pen or something like that? Did it work?
Yeah, it was not. Well, yeah, pens, but like once you started trying to pick up stuff that was heavier, it was like it wasn't happening. As a kid, you're like, you don't understand the physics of it, the mechanics. Like, ooh, why ain't it picking it up? It's because it's too heavy, dumbass. You know, like
you really want to push it to the limit.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we were all gonna do that anyway. So.
Yeah, I would have known it.
And.
All right, number 10 for me was sort of a board game almost, but well, I guess it was, but it was called Gooey Louie, and it would be like these boogers that you would pick out of this guy's nose.
Oh,
you would each take your turns of picking the boogers out, and trying to not pick the one that would make his brain pop out of his fucking skull. Like,
so what were the boogers made out of?
Just like, I don't know, sort of like this. I'm trying to think. It felt like a gummy worm.
Oh shoot, nasty.
But yeah, they're nasty, man. I'll look it up. It's pretty crazy. Like, it just like when you pull on the one though, his brain would just pop out of his skull and shit.
Wow.
But yeah, it was just, they made all sorts of weird board games for kids back in the day, and that was one of them that I remembered liking a lot. Yeah, Gooey Louie, number 10 for me.
Right on. Number 10. These were basic, man, but these are probably one of my childhood favorites, just because I got into the moment. I chewed on them. Oh, but they were the little green army men. You could have brought them up, but they were, they were all pre-posed. Like, you had dudes crawling in the trenches. You had guys with bazookas, guys throwing grenades. But you also had the cheap vehicles that you could, like, what do you call those big trucks that just carried a bunch of them? But I had those, and it was really cheap, so you could get like a whole bag of them for like $5, and that's pretty much what I got. Not only those, but I'll incorporate. But there was Cowboys and Indian ones that were colorful, but it was just so cool to set up like a war scene with them in the dirt. A lot got buried and lost, but a lot I put in the grass and would get run over by the fucking lawnmower, like boom, boom, boom. Oh, that's where it went. But it was just, it's cool to have those little, figurines and to make like a scenery type deal, whether playing, on putting them on trees and shit, but yeah, pretty basic, but dude, I guess you use a lot of your imagination back in the day. That makes it funner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, did you even have the plastic ones that had the parachute attached to their backpacks?
Oh, spoiler alert! Yeah. So, yeah, that's coming up.
Oh, it wasn't part of the same line. My mistake.
No, these were like a little bit different to me. But I'll talk about that later.
Yeah, you don't need to dive into it.
Okay. All right, Aaron, let's wrap up.
Yes, so my 10, I apologize for ranking this one so low, but it's the G1 Transformers. Now, let me explain. Growing up, I was exposed to the cartoon, and I have seen the toys, and it's something that I always wanted to play with. The thing is, though, I never had it. None of my friends had it. None of my cousins had it. So basically, it was out of my reach. And by the time I got my very first G1 Transformers toy, it had to happen about, I would say, 6 years ago when I became a toy collector. That's when I started to have my very first G1 Transformers toy. So I jumped in really late to the party, but having some of them around, I realized that these are really cool, and it was something that I wouldn't mind having had I been, that young and actually had one in my hands. It was something that I would absolutely play with often.
Awesome. Yeah, I see on your channel you have like these little ones that what kind of Transformers are those? Because those seem very little, like model type.
They are. So it is made by a Japanese company. It's made by Kabaya. And what they do is that what you see there are miniature plastic model kits that are in the 2.5 inches, maybe 3 inches tall. But they were sold in candy toy box sets. In Japan, there's this crazy rule that basically says that convenience stores or maybe grocery stores cannot sell toys. What Kabaya did is kind of found a loophole and say, okay, we are selling these candy box toys with Transformers in them, but these people are not paying full price for the toy. They're paying full price for this little stick of gum that we've thrown in. And the plastic model toys are just extra bonuses. Kind of like how when we buy a box of cereal and we get the free toy inside. Okay. This one, you pay roughly 1,000 yen or so. It's similar to like $9, and then you pay full price for the gum, but you get this candy toy inside that you can build like how you do with plastic models. You build them yourself, all of them snaps on, add on the decals, and then you get to transform them in and out of between the vehicle mode, the alternative mode, and the robot mode. Some of them you have to take apart and slap them back on. They call it parts forming. But some of them do maintain the transformation.
Yeah, and you've done, what, about half a dozen of them on your channel. So if you guys want to see it in depth, they're really intricate, little pieces. But
yes,
it seems like it's a little bit hard and frustrating to deal with those certain little parts.
Yeah, if you like to build models, you need to take your time to cut off the excess plastic parts with a X-Acto knife, or maybe file it down and then just make sure that everything fits perfectly on your first try. That's very important. If you snap them on and you realize, oh shoot, I forgot to include this piece before moving on to the next step, you could break a few pegs. But the good news is, the ones that I featured on the Rave Corner channel, all of them are Stunticons, and you can put them together to form Menasor. So I'm working, I already filmed some of the process of building them, and I'm working on making a separate video of actually combining all of them together to form that one combiner mode.
Okay, awesome. All right, so I don't know. I think, Brian, you're the only one who hasn't mentioned Transformers yet, maybe further down the line. But popular pick. All right, we're number 11. So just FYI, guys, not to rush anybody, but I know Aaron has commitments after 6, so we got about an hour to get through the rest. But if we run out of time, just give us a 5-minute warning, Aaron, and I'll let you finish off your list.
Sure.
Okay. Number 11.
All right, number 11 for me is, I'm sure, a toy that all boys had growing up as kids, and those were Matchbox and Hot Wheels. This is
Yeah.
a Matchbox. This is that one from 1972. This is a Hot Wheels. This is from 77. Yeah, 77 Hot Wheels. Some of them had like, you know, functions where the doors could open and shit. Like, you know, others had like, you know, the hood could open and stuff. Me and my brother had quite a bit of these. I got 5 years on him, so I was like 10 years old playing with these. He was like 5, and we used to like. I had the Matchbox, more Matchbox. He had more Hot Wheels. We used to like pretend like they were against each other, like warring factions or something. Like, all right, my Matchbox are better than your Hot Wheels, and we'd like smash them into each other, like from across the room. We like, you know, like play this game where like see who won, and you know, whoever could knock who's over and shit.
Yeah.
You know, like see that opens, that type of shit. But Matchbox was put out by Lesney Products in the 50s, and Hot Wheels much later was put out by Mattel. So those are the two companies, and still to this day you can find. I think Hot Wheels. I'm pretty sure Matchbox still makes cars.
No, Hot Wheels. Mattel bought. They bought out Matchbox, but they still. Hot Wheels still sells them as a separate car, like a cheaper version.
Separate name, right? Still
Yeah.
called Matchbox.
Yeah, because they're like Matchbox are what, like plastic and shit, right?
No, they're die cast. I mean, this Hot Wheels is die cast, and you know the Matchbox.
Yeah, but it seemed like Hot Wheels back then were heavier. They were made like a little bit heavier than the Matchbox.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, I think they're a little bit more durable. But like we had both basically. So I mean, that's my number 11, Matchbox and Hot Wheels. That's it.
All right.
Cool. Speaking of Matchbox, these little figures that I got for my number 11, they came in the same sort of like box or packaging that would contain like 4 Matchbox cars, but they were called Monster in My Pocket, and it was like just solid, just solid colored figures of monsters, and there was like a couple of hundred of different ones you can get, but yeah, just little collectibles that you can like take around to school as a kid, you know, that I used to just collect and try. I had like 50 of these things, man, but they come like 4 to a pack or something usually. Sometimes you can buy them individually too, but yeah, they're kind of solid color, just like the muscle things that Hoarder was talking about earlier.
Oh, okay. Cool.
But yeah, I thought they were neat, and every single one of them was like different. They had like, I think they had like a creature from the Black Lagoon. They have like Bigfoot, like a bunch of like goblin one. There was like a zombie one, gremlin, vampires, all sorts of stuff. But yeah, they were pretty cool.
I didn't play with Monster in My Pocket, but I played with Monster in My Pants.
I knew you were gonna say something. I knew you were gonna say something, man.
All right.
But as soon as I said in my pocket, I said, "Oh no."
Who put those out, Brian? What company?
Matchbox put them out.
Oh, Oh, wow, cool. I'm gonna look that up, man.
Yeah, so they actually
They came
were.
out what, in the 90s?
Yeah, it was like the same exact shaped box as like a Matchbox car set.
Nice.
Okay.
All right.
That's cool, man.
Scotty Darko's in the house. His childhood toy was a dildo. You dirty man.
Oh, God.
All right.
What did he do with that?
His mom's drawer. Okay, so my number 11.
He went over his friend's mom's house and used it.
My number 11 is Mask. Mask. These were little kind of like, they had like little vehicles that had like a lot of guns on them, a lot of weapons on them, but they had these little figures, man. I mean, they were kind of generic G.I. Joe type deals because they were so small, the figures. But I remember the bad guy's name was called Mayhem. I don't remember any of the good guys' names, but Mask stood for something. It was M-A-S-K. Miniature. What is it?
No. Mobile Armored Strike Command.
That's right. Mobile Armored Strike Command. But yeah, I just like the fact that you know there's little things, but the vehicles were awesome, man. They had a lot of parts to them, but uh, you know, some could, you know, the wheels folded up and then they could fly, like the doors would be the wings and shit. Then they would
Mhm.
fly, and they had those little missiles that you put in that you could press a button and they would shoot out. So a lot of little parts to it that could easily get lost. I also enjoyed the cartoon. The song was catchy when it came on. Mask. No 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 no. But that's my number 11. Aaron, your number 11?
My number 11 is the Tamagotchi digital pet thing in the egg.
Oh.
It was in the I was in the 5th grade when the whole craze started. So my sister and I, my older sister and I, actually shared one. But well, we had a local Japanese store here on Maui, so that's where I got it from. But basically, how it works is you have this little egg shape with a little green screen in the front, and what you do is it's like taking care of a digital pet. The egg hatches, and then next thing you know, you start off with this little dot-shaped thing similar to Pac-Man, I guess. It's just a circle with a eyes, face, and a mouth, and then you actually have to play with it. You have to clean it. You have to feed it, and then when you keep doing the same cycle on a consistent basis, it starts to grow into an animal, and you have no idea what kind of animal it will look like as it grows. But as long as you keep doing it, then you'll get some kind of animal. But it really does demand a lot of your time, like taking care of a real pet, because sometimes I remember letting the game go, or would you call it a game? I'm not sure. But I remember letting it go for a couple of hours. I come back, and then next thing you know, I see 3 piles of poop on the screen, so I have to clean that up in order to make my little Tamagotchi pet happy.
Yeah, and I remember they came out with like Nano Pets right after that as a spin-off.
Gigapet.
Gigapet.
Yeah.
There was a Nano Pet too.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ones.
Right on. All right. Top 12.
All right, my number 12. Hopefully Aaron's heard this. I've been waiting to say this since I knew he was coming on. And that is, I had this thing when I was a kid. It was like one of the fucking greatest toys to me ever. Like just the things that it did and all that. And it was about 3 feet tall. It was 24 inches. Shogun Warriors Guy King, made by Mattel. It had like
Yes.
On the bottom it was a robot, and it had like horns. It was yellow, blue, and it shot missiles out of its chest. And it had a function where you could press a button on the arm, and the arm shot out, and it would just like knock shit over. It was the funnest fucking thing. It had wheels on the bottom, you could roll it around. And they actually had like a Godzilla looking one, which was real cool. It was about 3 feet tall, and you could make Guy King fight against Godzilla. They had other robot warriors too, but the only one I had was the Shogun Warrior. He was the main guy with the with the horns and shot the missiles out of his tits, and had the had the arm that shot out and stuff and would knock stuff over. And I think the Godzilla looking one had a tongue that did something.
Yeah, it had a fire tongue.
Yeah. It was awesome, man. I loved it. That's my number 12, man. So I'm glad somebody's familiar with it here. So cool.
Yeah, I didn't
Brian, what you got?
Number 12 for me. I had a whole line of these figures. They were bendable, posable. When you bend them, they kind of just stay in the same spot that you bent them in. But it was the figures of the show Gumby. Yeah,
Yes.
like I had Gumby and whatever. Pokey, here you go, Hoarder. I forget the names of these characters, but I had a whole line of all the characters from that show. But yeah, they were all pretty fun to play with as a kid, They had the big Gumby characters too that you could buy, but I had just a big old line of all the ones from the TV show. The blockheads, I had those too.
Oh,
Yeah,
neat.
that's old school. Gumby.
Yeah, it's old school. But
All right.
something that didn't leave the stores for like decades.
Yep.
You can
My
still
number
find
12.
it.
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, you can still find it.
My number 12.
Mhm.
I'm substituting. It was Hot Wheels. I'm substituting it for. You remember the electronic racetracks with the gun?
Oh, yes.
That yes, but I had the weak ones where it was attached, the wires. It sucked because like you had to follow it around, or the wires weren't long enough, so it was a little ghetto.
So you're walking the car, basically.
Yes, the hardest part was putting the track together, but what was cool is you could intermix the. It didn't have to be just a round thing. You could kind of change the track around, and then you could like end it like a drawbridge type where it just jumps over it. You could like take out a piece, but just elevate by sticking like blocks or something underneath it, so it would be like a little ramp. But they were fun. Um, uh, and then we would like put regular Hot Wheels on there, like to create like car wrecks and shit. It was cool.
Was it the flexi tracks? Like you had to push them together, and were they flexible, like
They
bendable?
were black, and then they had like silver. I think it was metal, like tracks on top, but they were black, and they weren't really flimsy at all. They were pretty sturdy. They were pretty heavy duty.
I remember something similar that my brother had. He had like this track, kind of like an electronic thing, and it was the tracks were like flexible somehow. We used to take them off and start whipping each other with them and shit.
Oh
It was
shit!
just crazy, man. Yeah.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Aaron, number 12.
Number 12, it would be the Omega Yo-Yo. This one in particular, again, became a really huge fad when I was in the 5th grade. Every kid had to have one. What made this one stand out, opposed to other yo-yos, is that I'm not sure how the mechanism actually works, but the idea is once you actually have your yo-yo ready and you throw it down, it's guaranteed to actually lift itself back up without having you to do all of the work. So no matter how many times you throw your yo-yo, it will always retract. So because of that convenience, everybody was into it, and at the same time, we were trying to teach ourselves tricks. For me, I was only good enough in my prime, was able to pull off just walking the dog and rocking the cradle. That's it. Everything else was just a poor attempt of me trying something so complicated.
Cool. Yeah, I remember like Around the World. Yeah, all the fun walking the dog. Yeah.
Yeah, they built it up to saying like Omega with a brain. So I'm not sure if this little thing that you see behind the clear window has to do with it actually retracting back to your palm. I don't know.
Does that one light up? I know some like lit up.
They don't. This one just have that really cool mechanized springy thing that you see behind the clear window that makes you go, ooh, that's the brain. Awesome.
Right.
Awesome. All right, Dirty Dozen.
All right. So we're on number 13 now, right?
Yep.
My number 13 is actually it's a toy, but it's a game, because it's something you play with. It's also put out by Tomy, T-O-M-Y, from the mid-'70s, and it was a game called Mr. Mouth. Mr. Mouth was a rotating Pac-Man looking head that would it would start to close, and you had four hands, like a hand on each side, different colored like tiddlywinks things, and you would have to try to get these, flip back the hand to launch the little tiddlywinks things into the mouth, and whoever got the most in, because the mouth would like slowly turn and close, and everything, you had to get yours in. So whoever got theirs in first or anything, it was pretty cool. They still have some variation of that game nowadays as well. It's called something different, obviously, I think, but very similar to Mr. Mouth that came out in the 70s. That's my number 13.
Cool. My number 13 was a very popular action figure, and Stretch Armstrong.
Oh.
But
Oh.
yeah, everybody had this thing. But yeah, you could stretch him like however far you wanted to. You know, like you could stretch that little thing too. But eventually, like his little skin would tear, and whatever you would see that like glue inside. There was I don't know what it was made out of. Does anybody here know what it's made out of?
No.
It was like I know
Armstrong. I think it came out in like the 70s.
Yeah. Yeah, I had.
What was that?
That was actually my next one. Yeah, number 14. That was my next one, dude. It was a grape jelly. Like it was you can eat, but like a grape jelly type of shit. And if it got cut, that shit would start oozing out and everything. Cause I remember I did that, and then that shit was coming out of them. So.
Yeah, there's like an alien.
They had the monster.
Yeah, you
too.
wouldn't stretch as far as you would. The commercial.
Yeah, the monster one's worth a lot of money.
I had it.
There's a monster one?
Yep.
That's cool.
Cool.
But I broke them obviously back then. So.
That was my next backup pick too. So.
Yeah.
All right, my number 13 was a board game. I remember it was 6th grade. Dude, I fell in love with this game because it was like, I mean, the whole name of it was strategy, and that's Stratego. So Stratego, it was like pretty much a war where you had like all your men. They were little square pieces, like a fence type that only you could see on your side. There was a spy. That the spy could be used to, if you touched another person's piece, they would have to tell you what it is. It's kind of like you infiltrated their army. But the whole thing was, one piece was your flag, and you had to kind of hide that somewhere. And whoever touched, it's like capture the flag. Whoever touched the other person's flag first won. And what was cool is that you had bombs all set up, kind of acting like landmines, but you had also a minesweeper guy. So if a regular soldier were to touch one of the landmines, they would blow up, or the bombs. But if you moved one of your sweepers, it would defuse the bomb, and you could take the bomb. So the whole goal was to find the flag without knowing what each other's are. And I think it was like the higher the number of your character, because in the corner it was like a deck of cards where it would have like a 10, a 9, and 8. The ones were the best, the most powerful soldiers. So if you had a number 3 and touched a number 1, you would lose, but now you would sacrifice that number 3 to touch the number 1. I would have to identify it. Even though that you lost, I would have to prove to you that I can't just lie and say, oh, you touched a 1, I get your piece. You would have to show them that, oh, it's truly a number 1. And so I forget, I think only the spy can kill the number 1. If you had a 3-rank soldier and touch another 3, both pieces are out of play. So it was cool. A lot of strategy involved, but I remember during like class time or break time, we would always get like a half an hour break, and that's what I would always, line up to play. Stratego. Kind of like Risk, but I thought it was better than Risk. Crickets. All right, number 14, John.
It's Aaron.
Yeah.
Oh, Aaron, shit.
It's number 13.
Number 13 is this game called Bop It. The very first one, they came out either the mid-90s or definitely the late 90s. So this one was a very simpler version. It's basically a club or like a stick, but you got that one big bop it push button in the middle. On one end you have a knob that you twist, and on the other side you have this little lever that you pull. So when you start the game, there's the sound guy. You already pre-recorded his commands. The game actually tells you what to do. Either you will push the button, twist the knob, or pull the little lever. But it's so randomized that he keeps spewing out all these commands faster and faster until eventually you screw up. So it's a lot of fun to play with friends and family, because you can do a little multiplayer game. You can hand it over when your turn is up, and it's like a process of elimination. You keep playing until you're the only person standing.
Yep, they still sell those.
They do.
Yeah.
All right. Now, John, 14.
All right. Number 14, I'm not going to drag this out. Brian already said it. This is my number 14, Stretch Armstrong and Stretch Monster. I had both of those in the late 70s. Growing up, I seen it when I was on a Head Start. Head Start's like a preschool, city kids. So I went to Head Start at like 4 and a half, and I saw it on the back of a cereal box, and I went home and I told my mom and my grandma that I wanted it, and I think I got it like a couple years later.
You said Stretch Armstrong, not going to stretch it out. Oh.
Nope.
All right. Go ahead, Brian.
My number 14 was these weird little mice from, they're like mice action figures called Biker Mice from Mars.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
But, yeah, they were pretty cool. I think they had a cartoon as well. But I forget what company made them. But I remember I just had a bunch of sets to those. I think one of them was named Vinny. It was like the main mouse. But yeah, it's one of those action figures tie-ins that you buy the action figure because the TV show is on,
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I remember the cartoon.
Yeah, I really liked that cartoon for some reason. It's just one of the ones that I remembered for whatever reason.
All right, number 14 was a particular play set. That was the Play-Doh Barber Shop.
You skipping over Aaron again. Oh, no, it is you. It is you.
No, it is me, John.
Goes first.
All right.
Pay attention.
It's the barbershop. So it's the Play-Doh. You had a lot of holes in the little characters' heads. They were kind of like little people, and then you would stuff Play-Doh inside them, and then you had this little machine that had a you press it down, kind of like a pump, and it would it would pressurize the Play-Doh to come out of their heads, so it looked like stringy hair. Kind of reminds me of the hair of like the Peanut characters, like Linus. The little strands of hair, and then you just had these plastic scissors you would just cut them off with. So, I mean, in a way, we would just pretend it was like spaghetti coming out of the hair as kids. Spaghetti! Yeah. So, Play-Doh Barbershop. All right.
Nice.
Okay, my number 14 is the game Skip It. It's basically this big hunk of plastic top thing tilted on its side. It's attached to a thin, it's not really string, but it's a long piece of plastic, but it's very sturdy. It's a substitute for string, and then on that end you got a really big ring that you insert your ankle through. So basically how it works is whichever ankle you want to use to do the circular motion, you again slip your foot through the ring, you get your leg to do a circular motion, and you use your other foot to skip through it. And there's a counter on that top end, so it lets you know how many rotations you actually did. One thing I learned while trying out Skip It for the first time is you gotta have ankle-high socks in order to play. You do that thing barefooted, it's really gonna leave a really huge chafe around your ankles.
Yeah, that's hard plastic, man.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was young and foolish.
Nice. I remember those.
Yeah, man.
They probably still sell it in the the summer aisle.
Yeah, some form.
Yeah. All right. Moving along. 15.
Number 15 was a toy that was put out by Mattel in the late 70s. It had suction cups all over it, and it was called Sucker Man. Big revelation there, you know. It was basically, swear to God, look it up. It was called Sucker Man, put out by Mattel in the late 70s. Had suction cups all over it. It looked like kind of like a monster alien vampire hybrid or something. It was green. I think it came in like one other color. All you basically could do with it is throw it at the fucking refrigerator, or if you wet it, if you wet the suckers on it, you could throw it at something else and maybe it would stick. But basically, that was it. You know, no whistles, bells, or anything. Just Sucker Man with suction cup. So that's my number 15.
You're like, I'm gonna get you, sucker. All right, Brian.
Shit.
All right, number what were we on? 15.
Yeah.
For me is a board game called Crossfire.
Fire!
It had one of the,
Oh yeah, I remember those.
it had the epic commercial for it. But yeah, it was a board game where you'd shoot these little like BBs back and forth at your opponent, and catch them in their goals or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like almost like a gun game of air hockey or something like that. But yeah, I remember liking that one a lot.
Sweet.
You'll get caught up in the crossfire.
All right, number 15. Aaron kind of mentioned it before, but these, like you would get. I remember at elementary school we would have these bazaars, like carnival type deals. You know, you remember those at elementary? It would be like in the evening, and you would do like cakewalks and shit like that, and there was like little fake carnival games. Well, anyways, I remember they turned the cafeteria and the gym into this big, you know, like a little carnival thing, and you know, I won this toy on a big beanbag toss, and it was a little plastic figurine. It wasn't exactly like a army man. It was a little bit bigger, thicker, but it was just like a plastic figurine, but it had a parachute. And it was just so awesome. Like, I would throw it up, you know, and it would come down all slow. The parachute would pop out. Sometimes the parachute would get tangled and shit. But I remember I had multiple of them. Some of those you would get like in the 50-cent quarter machines in the little plastic ball at the grocery store. But you would just throw them up, but I would always be stupid and throw it up and it get stuck on the roof or in a tree and shit. Power line. But I'd always be freaking pissed, man, when I couldn't get it. Like, but those never lasted because you're always like throwing them and shit. It goes across the neighbor's house or whatever. But I don't know what to call them. I just call them parachute men.
Yeah.
All right, Aaron.
Okay, number 15, they're called gyro rings. It's this metal ring that has a set of, I think it's 5 to 6 metal washers. There's two types. One is this like big model, and it has washers in different colors, yellow, red, blue, purple, you know, kind of like colors of the rainbow. And then you have a smaller scale, which has nothing but gold ring washers. Basically, how it works is you want to get the little washers spinning on that one main gyro ring, and then you pull it this way, and then you get to hear this nice little like rattling sound that comes out of it, and you can do all kinds of tricks with it. Just like the yo-yo, I've never taught myself on how to do anything beyond just getting it to work. So I can't do any other tricks like doing a ladder and all these other kinds of stuff.
Wow, truly I never heard of that, but sounds cool.
I've never heard of that one. I have to look it up.
Shout out to Scotty Darko and Ryan, Mr. Nichols. They popped in.
Right.
Enjoying.
Mm-hmm.
16. Let's go.
16 for me is a toy thing you could play with outside, put out by the Lewis Marks and Company, put out in the late 60s. I had one in the late 70s, and that was my big wheel, baby, that I would ride around my neighborhood. Plastic wheels, plastic body, the whole thing, the whole shebang, big wheels.
The shiny.
Yeah, like he had, and that's I had the red. It was like yellow body, red and blue, or something like that. But the cool one, what?
You ever go down the hill and the freaking pedals would go so fast and hit your shins and shit?
Yeah, yes, many times. That's why we used to do the thing where we'd throw our like legs up and shit, and just like lean back and fucking hope we didn't pop a wheelie and fall off the back.
Yeah,
and shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I used to try to like jump off curves with that fucking thing and everything when I was a kid.
Yep.
The cooler one.
The dirt, like peel, like go down in the snow.
Yeah, because some of them had like a handbrake thing. I think that came out much later, like that you could pull and it would like stop the wheel.
Yep.
My friend had one called the Green Machine, and it was like longer and more sleek looking and stuff. A big wheel Green Machine. That was the cooler fucking thing. Everybody wanted one of those.
I hated when the wheels would get so worn they started cracking, or basically rocks would get stuck in the wheels. But you ever try to ride like in concrete, like the garage, and it just wouldn't go? It just starts spinning, like it's getting no grip, and it just in place, just starts spinning.
I mean, I was usually doing it on, because I didn't grow up in the suburbs. I grew up in the city, so I'm doing that shit on the sidewalk. Do the thing where you put your foot on it and you pedal it with the other foot and you just ride it up like that. I would do that shit too, man. So, yeah.
All right. Okay, Brian.
Cool. There's one by Nickelodeon, and it's GAC. It was almost like a silly putty type substance, but it was a little stickier, and I remember you were able to squeeze it and make like a fart sound with it. And they made like all sorts of different variations of it. Like they had ones with different like swirl of colors and stuff, and then they had one that like glow in the dark. It was like GAC in the dark.
Yep.
It was a big thing.
They had a weird odor to it.
Yeah, it had a really strange odor. Yeah,
it sounds a little dirty. GAC in the dark. A little bit.
Yeah, they had one that purposely had a bad odor. It was like called "Smell My GAC," I think.
All right. Number 16 is pretty generic. I didn't have like the big ones, the big editions. I just had like the regular starter set, and that's Legos. So, Legos, I think I got mad because for Christmas I got like the big ones, those fucking duplo blocks. Oh man, I was pissed because those were like fucking for babies and shit. But I always wanted like the regular Legos, and I would always build like houses and shit, try to build a sword, but I never had enough. I remember I never had enough of the green carpeting type deal for the base for a house. I never had enough of those, but yeah, Legos pretty simplistic, but they kept me busy.
Big nowadays, man. Big. Everybody's into
Star Wars shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and super big nowadays. Yep.
All right, Aaron.
You actually stole my number 16. I also put Lego blocks in there.
Okay.
For me, though, from personal experience, I had one of those big red rectangular buckets where you have all kinds of sizes and stuff in there. So I used to build my very own truck. Lucky for me, it came with its own steering wheel. You had a set of all 4 wheels. You can even try to build a plane if you wanted to. Yep.
Nice.
There you go. All right. This will be number 17 for me. It's another action figures collection based off of DC Comics characters put out by Kenner in the 1980s, and that is the Superpowers collection. You know, they had Lex Luthor, they had the Penguin, they had Batman, they had Superman, they had all the different like DC characters in the Superpowers collection, and I think they each had some sort of like, you know, basically action that they could do. But they're still highly collectible, and you can still find them at comic book shops and conventions. Some of them go for more than others because, you know, rarity and obscure and stuff. So Superpowers collection action figures, DC Comics. That's my number 17.
Cool. My number, 17, was just these little balls that you just throw around. They're just koosh balls.
Oh yeah, little hairy balls.
Like a little, like, I don't know, little stringy rubber, like, looked like a bunch of big ball of hair or something. But yeah, not too much to talk about really, but just another weird ball to throw around.
Nice. They were put out.
So in the dark.
I was gonna say Nerf, but no, their own brand was Kush, right?
Yeah, I think they had a bunch of stuff off-brand of Kush.
Yeah. Nice. All right, my number 17 was a.
So in the dark.
What was that?
No, I said in the dark, we're gonna smell gax and play with big hairy balls and shit. So.
Yeah,
that's what we did as children.
All right. No, Daddy.
What the fuck?
Number 17 was another game that I liked. Just playing like on recess or on a rainy day when they wouldn't let us go out. Is Connect 4?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was pretty much just lining up. What did you have to get? 4 in a row?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, Connect 4. Duh.
Connect 4.
All right. So that's it. No black or red. Pretty basic. You could use like checker pieces if you ran out, but pretty basic game. But I would always, sometimes I would be pissed because I would be so concentrating on getting a certain thing where, just like tic-tac-toe, you're like, fuck, they backdoored me. I'm like, fuck, I didn't see that. Or where you trap them, like, you know, you have one going up, one going across, and then whatever move they do, you're going to get the other one. So I like trapping people. But that's my number 17. Aaron?
My number 17 is another sort of build 'em up set. It's called Lincoln Logs.
Oh yeah.
See, it's miniature log things that you are able to assemble, and you build small little log cabins. What I got though as a present was a small box set, so I could only build just one model, one style of this little log cabin. That's it. Like, it does show that if you happen to buy more logs, that you can build maybe your own city or build an even bigger cabin. But no, I'm only reduced to building that same model over and over again. But it was still fun for me.
Wow.
Nice.
I'll say I definitely had that on my list further down. So yeah, I remember those two, Aaron. Definitely, man. 18, right? So number 18 is a game that came out in 1975. I probably had it in the late 70s. It was put out by a toy company called Ideal, and that is the game of Jaws. It was, you know, basically you had the shark. He had his jaws open. It was kind of like these elastic things that held it or whatever. You had to have like some kind of hook, fishing type of hook thing, and you would pick in there and you would try to pull out the items. Like there was like a shipwreck wheel. There was a radio, I think. There was different plastic pieces, and you'd have to do it before the jaws like snapped on your your fucking finger basically, and it hurt back then as a kid, you know, like playing this game because you know that thing was pretty, you know, durable, with the jaws and everything, not like overly heavy or anything like that, but a real cool game. And the box actually had like half of the picture of the icon going up out of the water and stuff. So ironically enough, they didn't get sued for that, but they let them use that, like half of it, not with the girl swimming, but just him kind of coming up out of the water. I know MCE would probably love that fucking thing if anybody could get a hold of that now, man, because he loves Jaws. So.
Yep.
That's my number 18.
Cool. Number 18 for me was it was a slip and slide, but at the end of it had a little bump to where you can like bump yourself a little higher into the pool. It was called Crocodile Mile.
Oh, yeah. I love that.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, it was designed for you to put it like right in front of your pool.
Dude, you ever been on a slip and slide that wasn't wet enough? That shit hurts.
Yeah.
Get like a burn rash on it.
Oh, shit.
Dude, I remember my neighbors, they couldn't afford it. They put out like fucking garbage bags and it didn't work. It all like
yeah, I don't think it works that way.
You all wrapped up in that shit too. Damn. Slip and slides, nice.
I don't know about you, Brian, but with my parents, I had to catch them in a really good mood just to play with the Crocodile Mile. Sometimes I would say, hey, can I go outside and play with this? They say, are you going to pay for the water bill? Oh, okay, I guess I'll try some other time.
They didn't throw the water bill at me, but yeah, they would tell me they wouldn't want to put it out. Yeah.
Yeah, not on occasion because you got that water running the whole time because you got the sprinklers trying to get the whole thing wet.
Your ass is there sitting there with the super soaker getting it wet.
Yeah, I'll slide through the crocodile's mouth and then I'll water the plants with my super soaker gun. That's how it goes.
Okay.
All right.
Aaron, can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, sure.
When you had that as a kid, were you living in Hawaii at that time?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm born and raised in Maui, actually.
Yeah. So you know you could always tell your parents, like, we're surrounded by water. What is it with the water bill? You know what I mean? We're surrounded by water.
Yeah, this was coming from the freshwater tap.
Yeah. He's so poor he had to take his Crocodile Mile to the beach.
In order to do that, I would have to find a hose long enough and then connect that to the shower heads that they have outdoors for the public. So it's like I'm occupying one shower, and a lot of people are pissed. Like, hey, we should be using this to rinse ourselves. What's this kid using it just to inflate his little slip and slide?
Yeah, all the homeless people are like, what the fuck? This is Number 18. All right, another generic toy that, you know, this is what I got to settle for, begging my parents for something at the Dollar Tree. The little wooden airplanes that you put together that just had like two or three pieces that glide. They were gliders. But, dude, those were pretty tight. Again, you know, if you're not careful, they would easily bend the wings and it wouldn't fly right. But shoot, like for me, those were fun, man. I would just
I gotta admit, that's actually a step up from what I had when I was younger, because my planes were in the form of styrofoam, thin pieces of styrofoam.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
so for yours to glide on wood, that seems a lot better.
Yeah.
I remember those, Aaron. It came with, the propeller was a plastic piece. And it stuck into a plastic nose, which, you know, gave it some little bit of heft. And then I think it had, it was all styrofoam, like you said. So basically all it did was glide. And they used to cost like 25 cents. I bought so many of those as a kid because, you know, after a while I'd break them, but I had so much fun with them.
I would get mines by playing at the arcade, get those little tickets, and then exchange them at the prize.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. What's up, Steven? Thrash Fingers, the last Blu-ray bender. All right.
Number 18 for
okay. He said he got it playing on Geeky TV. Cool. Thanks for that. Oh, Brian, I was watching your stream. Remember, Skinslip said, "Oh, I'm going to check it out." He never did.
Yeah. I was on the Media Meisters the other night.
Yeah, I saw you guys.
Yeah.
All right. Thrash Finger, sub to the Rave Corner, man. He likes like Godzilla type stuff.
Oh, cool.
Kaiju.
Yeah, I did an unboxing video for an X Plus line. You're not able to see it, but he's actually on display right here. This one's the Godzilla Train Biting 1954 black and white version. So I did an unboxing video on that one.
Damn, those look dope. All right. Number 19, John.
No,
Oh, wait.
Did Aaron do his 18?
Say my number 18.
Oh, I thought that Godzilla figure was your... No, I'm kidding.
No. Number 18 was Power Reels. In the early 90s, we only had one model, which was this red open-top Jeep. And so it's this miniature battery-operated vehicle that kids can drive, provided that you're big enough. And it runs on a regular car battery. And you're able to just push the accelerator, and it's able to go either forward or backwards depending on a flip of a switch. And then you get your again, you have the steering wheel that that works. So it's a lot more of a pain if you try to drive that up a driveway and you got a hill to go along with it. Because you start to hear the gears start to grind down a little bit. Too much weight in the back. But yeah, it was a two-seater. That was fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
We couldn't afford that, but the neighbors had one, but the batteries were really shot.
Wow.
We would try to overdo it, like 3 of us would try riding it, it wouldn't go anywhere.
Yeah, it struggles with 2 kids, so I can imagine how 3 would just absolutely cause it to break so suddenly.
I remember I bought my daughter a Barbie bike one. It was like pink and white or whatever, and you know we're trying to go up the hill on the sign, and it was just like kind of start like you said, like Aaron, like racing.
Yeah.
And, so here's Daddy, you know, pushing my daughter up behind it like them, you know, getting to a level ground again.
Yeah.
My number 19, it's already been up so low on my list because I only had 2. I don't even remember what they were. My brother had more, and I had a lot of friends that had them too, and that was put out by Hasbro between 1982 to 1994. That is G.I. Joe, a real hero. Uh-oh. He back.
Yeah, hold on.
Order.
My laptop, I think, is getting ready to go through an update, so I had to log on my phone. So,
all right.
Hold on a sec. I'll mute one of them. Damn it. It's like not even. Okay, go ahead. Hello?
All right, it's Brian's turn. Number 19. Yep.
All right. Number 19 is the crash test dummies.
Oh yeah, those are awesome.
I used to have a few of the figures, and had the car that crushed whenever you hit it up against the wall, and the dummies would just pop in, all sorts of different, all the pieces would fall off of them. Like
Yeah.
it was pretty cool. They clip back together pretty easily too. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with those figures. Remember they came out with like the commercials.
Yeah, those
were the
PSA
big thing
commercials were
for
fun to
them.
watch.
And, yeah,
No.
and then I think they might have had a cartoon for that too.
Really?
But
John,
Yeah, I
I
think
know the music group, Crash Test Dummies. Mm-hmm.
yeah, I heard you singing that. I heard you singing that on the other.
Once there was this boy who. Okay. Number.
His name was Brian, and he pushed us
Yeah.
on the hill. Yep.
Went to the boys' room. Um, number 19. John, what was your 19? I missed that.
G.I. Joe.
Okay, G.I. Joe. Number 19 for me, it's kind of generic, but I had fun with it. It was called a waterfall ring toss. It was this little container. It was like a square container, red, and it had a button where the little like donut rings. You would try to get them around a pole, but it was water, so you kept pressing real hard to blow the rings up in the water thing. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like a water
Yep.
little square tank, but it was like a game that you just pressed real hard to force air in there, and it would make the rings go up in the water, and then you would have to all put them all on this little pole.
Oh yeah, now I remember.
Yeah, so it's called the waterfall ring toss.
Yep.
Okay.
Remember that.
All right, number 19. Brian already brought it up. My number 19 pick is Pogs. Back on Hawaii, we have different rules. Instead of having the Pogs face down, we actually have them face up, but we try to get them to face down. But I actually have some that I've collected right here. Most of them are the ones with dinosaur prints on them. The other ones are logos of local businesses that we have. So like our local bank, they were trying to give up Pogs for free, I guess, when you do a bank transaction and all these other kinds of stuff.
Nice.
So that was it.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Do they even sell those anymore, or it's no?
No, actually, it's yeah. I don't think they actually give those away. In fact, ever since this came out of trend in the 90s, I'm not sure if it ever came back. It might have, but I haven't seen enough stores actually, any local businesses making their own Pog caps for kids to play with.
Wow.
Nice.
I never had them because, you know, by that time, like I said, I was already, you know, I was only an adult, a young adult, so I'm not really playing with those yet.
It's really amazing because when you play for keeps, in a way, it's kind of like gambling.
Yep.
But you're not playing for money. You're playing for other people's milk caps.
Yep.
Right. Like Hoarder said, where he used to do that with the baseball cards.
Yeah.
We used to do that. We used to do that with Star Wars cards. But what we would do was we throw them up against the wall to try to see if they could stand up. And whoever put them up, yeah, we do that. And I got real good at that because I used to play that game with my grandmother for pennies, and we'd play with, like, you know, trading cards. Like, she'd buy me the Star Wars cards. You know, who knew that I should have fucking not done that because the edges would have been all worn and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so coming in at number 20 is a toy that came out in 1952. They're still making it in the present. It was the first toy ever advertised on TV geared towards kids. Created by George Lerner in 1949, manufactured by Hasbro in 1952, and that is Mr. Potato Head. It actually began as just plastic pieces with pins that kids could put into, like, real potatoes or other vegetables. And the plastic body potato head didn't come around to like the 1964, 65, somewhere around there, because kids would kind of, you know, like Aaron said, like, it was, you know, either the pins were like hurting the kid, putting them in, or you're spoiling food by putting fucking pins, you know, into the vegetables. And back then in the 50s, you know, you couldn't afford to waste food, so they came out with that plastic head with the plastic pieces on it. So yeah, that's my number 20.
Nice. Old school.
Old school.
Now they got like Star Wars ones, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, man. Yep.
All right.
I'm gonna go retro on this one. Etch-a-Sketch.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. He used to be real good at drawing with that thing too, man. Like I'd be making all sorts of crazy designs and buildings and stuff like that. But yeah, Etch-a-Sketch was a lot of fun.
Yeah. It was hard because you would have to like backtrack over
Yeah. It took a while. It took some skills to get good at it, but once I got good at it, I liked it a lot.
Oh yeah, I was absolutely horrible at an Etch-a-Sketch. I couldn't even master a perfect diagonal line. So
I know some
all I know is drawing lines, straight lines.
Some people look like a masterpiece artwork that they would just take off the knobs so it couldn't, you know,
Be erased.
yeah, you couldn't ruin it really unless you shook it.
Yeah, someone picks it up and shakes it, you're screwed.
Yeah, exactly. Nice. All right, my number 20. It's a game, kinda. Yeah, it's a game, but I liked it because it lit up, and that was Simon Says.
Yeah.
That little red, blue, green, or yellow, and then it would just follow a pattern. You would repeat it.
Yeah, memory game, pretty much.
Yeah. So pretty basic stuff, but it was fun.
Yep.
Okay, my number 9. Oh wait, actually number 20. I'm sorry, is something called a magic mitt. What it is that it's this flat circle mitts that have Velcro on one end, and then you just hold it with the palm of your hand, and so you can play catch with a partner just by throwing this tennis ball that can stick on to the Velcro ends of surface of it.
Those are fun. Love those.
Oh yeah, that was fun. Ooh, that's too fun playing as an adult.
Yeah, dude. You can go buy one.
Yeah, no shit.
Aaron, let's go play.
Actually, I don't. See, when you're a kid, it's easy to lose a tennis ball when you're playing catch.
Yeah. Cool. All right. John, 21.
Number 21, Brian already took it. He's reading my mind and shit, and that was Etch-a-Sketch, put out by Ohio Art, 1960 to the present, because they still make them, and it was invented in France. So that's all I gotta say. Etch-a-Sketch, 21.
Nice.
Shit, man. Sorry.
That's all right.
Next on my list is Light Bright.
Oh, you fuck!
Oh yeah.
It's getting down to the gritty, man.
It is.
Yeah, it was like a little box that had a light bulb in it that you plugged into the wall, obviously, and then different patterns or designs that you can the little pages, and you knew where to put the little light pins, and they'd be just hollow little light bulbs, but the one light bulb behind it would illuminate the whole picture, and yeah, it was just a lot of fun, poking holes through the piece of paper and making that design. The most popular being the clown on the front cover of the box.
Of course.
Yep.
Nice. All right. Well, that was my 21. But I'll substitute it with. I know my sisters had them, but I thought they, I played with them a little bit when I was a kid. And that was the Munchie Cheese.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
the Munchie Cheese.
Munchie Cheese. They were little monkey type stuffed animal things that, they, I think you could stick their thumb in their mouth and shit. It was just weird. They were
this thing was funky. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh yeah, it's like a little gay monkey. But I just had to mention it because it brought memories back. Munchie Cheese.
That's cool.
There's a little figurine right here. I got the little figurines over my wife.
But it was a stuffed animal one.
Yeah, I remember. There's a Munchie Cheese right here. Little monkeys.
Yep. Munchie Cheese.
It was a cartoon too.
Yep.
Wow. Never seen that one.
Okay. All right, Aaron. 21.
All right. Before I go on, I want to point out that's about 3 to 6, but I can afford to go into overtime, so we can keep going.
Oh, right. Yeah, he has to work at 7 o'clock. Wow, what kind of shift is that? Damn.
All right. So what I have on 21 is this game called Hot Shots. How it works is you got this basketball backboard that's moving towards you and behind you, like this forward and backwards motion, I mean. And what you do is you have this small plastic basketball that's about that big. And what you want to do is put it on this little seesaw type of catapult thing that's spring-loaded. You want to shoot it into the hoop. And there's a timer, not a timer, what I mean is, well, there is a timer that will stop it, but you also have a counter that counts how many shots you were able to sink in before the timer runs out.
Dude, I love any kind of those games, basketball games with the little ones you flick in. What I still do on occasion, I'll sneak into what's that little arcade place in the Maui Mall and in
it's called Fun Factory.
Yeah, Fun Factory. So I play that basketball game there. It just reminds me. But I play that little like shoot the basketball where you get to the higher levels and the basketball would move around and shit.
Yeah, the funny thing is I sink my shots a lot better on hot shots than I do on that arcade machine.
Oh.
The snip on the wrist? Nope. Pitiful.
Yeah, but I remember that little hot shots game. Cool. All right. Number 22.
Number 22 coming in. I want you guys to look this up because this thing was fucking awesome back in the day. And it's called the Fisher-Price Movie Viewer Theater. Okay? Fisher-Price Movie Viewer Theater between 1977 and 1985. It was basically and it came with these yellow rectangular cartridges with a red drive wheel on it, and you would put that cartridge into the movie viewer theater, and you would turn this crank, and you would either be able to view that there was a big hunk of the movie as you're turning it on the screen itself, or they had a bulb where you could project it onto the wall, and it would, be like a little screen on the wall. And they had like, a lot of cartoon stuff like Bugs Bunny, different stuff like that. But I think the Black Hole, but Fisher-Price Movie Viewer Theater, it was cool, man. Because I mean, be able to watch like little, however long the little cartridges were, the little plastic cartridges.
Awesome.
That's cool.
I think Cinema Sickness picked that up. One of those little player things.
Really?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Wow. I have to check that out.
All right, Ryan, 22.
Was 22?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Up on my next on my list is Sock'em Boppers.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like little inflatable boxing type gloves that you would just be able to punch the shit out of somebody with.
Oh yeah.
One of those really safe toys,
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just a good way to put something on and take your anger out on your friend or some shit,
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Number 22 was my go-to game when I was a kid. Little white pellet balls, and that is Hungry Hungry Hippo.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
I remember like kindergarten, first grade, just smashing that shit, man, just nonstop, as hard as you get. I mean that, the harder you did it, you had to be a little bit careful because the harder you did it, it would just shake out of your mouth. So you'd have to like kind of do it kind of all sly and shit and slow. But Hungry Hungry Hippos, I remember I was like, I don't want the pink one. I don't want the pink one.
So which color would you normally play? Was it the
green?
yellow one?
Green was my man.
Green one?
I love green. Yeah. All right. 20.
Okay. Number 22 is this game. I'm not sure if everybody heard of this. It's called Yahoo Buckaroo. It's this mechanized sort of bucking bull. It kicks out like this in sequence. So after you push the button, it goes around and it's kicking up like that until, for a certain amount of time. But the bull is equipped with horns on his head, but there's a little saddle that has bulls sticking on both ends that way. And I think there's one more strapped around the legs. What you want to do is, again, you have a spring-loaded catapult. You have about 4 different colored cowboys with a ring lasso like that. you want to sit it onto your bucking horse, and you want to fling them onto the bull and have them like just have the ring wrap around one of the horns. But it's hard to keep him on because when the bull's bucking, he can kick some pieces off. So when the game ends, you count how many of the cowboys you have that's on there, and the winner is the one who got basically the most cowboys that are on that bull.
Wow, never heard of it.
I want to go play it right now, man.
What's it called again?
Yahoo Buckaroo.
Yahoo Buckaroo. Okay.
Yes, the very first model was the bucking bull, but afterwards, when they redid it, they switched it up for a bucking horse.
Nice. All right. We're in our bottom three. John.
Bottom three, number 23. Brian already stole it. No, Brian, you didn't steal it. I just had it on my list. And that was put out by Milton Bradley, and that was 1967's Light Bright.
Yeah.
So, that's it.
Yeah, I just remember the Light Bright. That bulb would get so hot and shit. I would melt stuff on it, like plastic. And I was like a pyromaniac and shit. But you had to be careful when you switched out, you know, the artwork that you were copying or burn your hand.
Yeah, good thing you didn't chew on the light bulb, dude.
Yeah, really, really.
No, but I chewed on the little plastic pieces. That's cool. All right. Brian.
All right, the next one on my list is based off a cartoon series and its action figure set. That was the Toxic Crusaders.
Yeah.
It's based off of a movie, The Toxic Avenger, a really violent trauma film from the 80s. About
is that trauma?
Yeah, it's a trauma-based cartoon based off of the movie.
Speaking of which, this Tuesday, guys, the Dorkening is doing a live interview with motherfucking Lloyd Kaufman.
Are you serious?
Awesome.
I'm dead serious, man. I didn't believe it, but yeah. So Tuesday, tune in.
Damn, they didn't even tell me. Wow.
I've met him a couple times as well. He's a pretty nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember these. I'd never seen the Toxic Avenger before. I saw this first, obviously, but it was just a small, like 13 episode run series. But they just had all these figures for it, and I collected a bunch of them.
Sweet. All right. Okay, 23. John mentioned them, but he didn't say it. He mentioned them, and that's Tinker Toys. So, Tinker Toys brings me back to like preschool, kindergarten. But I remember, dude, of making like little helicopter things that you could spin and shit. But pretty much they were just these little connector things with like wooden sticks that you can make like, you know, so to speak, like cars and helicopters and just generic type stuff, houses. Never looked bad, but you know, I think I liked them just because we would make like some type of sword thing and hit them with each other, and whoever's ones broke.
Right.
But Tinker Toys. All right, 24. Oh, sorry.
Wait. 23. Okay, so 23 is a game called Perfection. It's about this plastic grid with modes of all these different shapes in. And when you got the little grid pushed down, it's locked, but there's a timer running. What you do is that you take these yellow pegs that are the shape of where every single thing needs to fit into the grid. And you want to put all of them in before the timer runs out, because if you happen to be late, everything would just pop up right in front of you. Now I'm one of those who are very like easy to scare, so anytime it pops up, I always jump.
When you get to when you know what's coming up, you're trying to prepare yourself, but it always
yeah like, it's like one of those moments like, oh, I know it's gonna happen, I'm cool, then suddenly, oh gosh, you got me again.
Yeah, I don't know anyone who could do that. It's hard, man.
It's hard to keep a poker face when you're playing.
Yeah, that game's hard. Just like Operation. Oh, spoiler. All right. We're on to number 24.
Number 24, Aaron said it a long time ago, and that is Lincoln Logs. This is a toy. This is probably the earliest dated toy that we have on this list, and that because it was invented in around 1916, 1917, and began production in marketing in around 1918. I think it was invented overseas with a kid who was there with his father or something in Japan. I don't know if his dad was stationed there or there for something. But as I read the story, they began marketing the Lincoln Logs shortly after they came back to the States, and it's been around for like a long time. Man.
See, I didn't know that. I thought it was even created before that, back when Abraham was taking shits and you formed something with his logs.
In the outhouse.
Yeah, Lincoln Log. All right. All right, Brian, 24.
All right, 24 for me was I think Mattel made these action figures, but they're food fighters.
I am.
One would be like a pizza slice. They'd all just look like these badass like pieces of food. Like one's a pizza slice, one's like I think one of them might have been a potato, one was French fries, one was like a hot dog, a cookie, all sorts of different. They were like action figures. They had eyes and shit and arms and legs and stuff.
What
But
they call food fight?
Food fighters, yeah.
Yeah, food fighters. Okay.
Food fighters. Yep.
Awesome, food fight.
They were pretty cool little action figures. I'm pretty sure Mattel made them.
Awesome. All right, Aaron.
I believe you go first.
Oh, okay. I certainly will. Oh no, I have a brain fart, so I have to stall a little bit. I'm gonna switch to my number 25, because.
Or I could just say my number 24 until you
Okay,
actually.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my number 24 is a game. I hope you guys have heard of this. It's called Ants in the Pants.
Oh
Yes.
Yeah. So really huge plastic blue overalls. That's your big basket, and you want to shoot your ants, whatever color you pick. You want to shoot your group of ants into the set of overalls first, and yeah, whoever does it first is the ultimate winner. Have any of you actually ever kept playing after the first player, the person who got first place, I mean? When that's decided, have you guys ever played on to see who places second or maybe third?
No.
Yeah.
We normally stop at first.
Yeah, we used to just like go buck ass wild afterwards, like where one, then we'd like start like because you used to press down the ants. It had like you press down the ants on the floor and they like pop up because they were made out of plastic.
Yeah, basically you press down the butt end of the ant.
Yeah.
And let the physics.
So trying to shoot at each other too, like see if we could hit each other.
Yeah, I didn't have those ants in the pants, but it was considered incest. Ants in the pants. All right. Yeah, my auntie got locked up. All right. Let's go. Number 24 is they're called battle beasts. These were little miniature figures that were animals that kind of had a holographic symbol on their chest, kind of like the holographic symbol of Transformers, or kind of like the Visionaries. They had those holographic stickers on their chests, but you had like bears and moose, but they were like little figures with animal heads, which is cool because they had weapons and stuff. But battle beasts, they look like Lego men, like regular Lego men, but they were like animals, which were cool. So that's on my number 24. All right, let's round it out. Our last pick, guys, before Aaron goes. Jump.
All right, coming in at number 25 is my sit and what am I doing, guys? What am I doing here?
Spin.
Yeah.
You're getting dizzy.
Sit and spin. Yep. Came out from Kenner in the 1970s. You sat on it, you straddle it, you wrapped your legs around it if you could, and you just spun that thing, and you would spin it in the opposite direction, and it made you dizzy as fuck. But studies have shown that kids nowadays that have autism, that it actually does something for them when they're doing that. I don't know what, but they've studied the sit and spins with kids that have autism nowadays, and it does something to where it gives them some kind of, does something with their brain. It doesn't make them better or anything, but it actually just
Calms them down.
calms them down. Yeah, exactly. So it was a real interesting read that I read about that. I was kind of blown away because all I can remember is spinning on it, getting dizzy, and then if you ate, you wanted to friggin' puke, and that was about it. So.
Nice. All right. There we go, Brian.
All right, for number 25, I had to pick something really funny, and I actually had this toy from my childhood, but it's called it's a Punisher figure, but it's called the Shapeshifter Punisher, and he has like a missile on his crotch, and it looks really, really bad.
Oh, wow.
Like, look it up. It's just almost like funniest like action figure thing ever. But I had this figure. I wish I didn't sell it because it would be funny to show off.
Awesome, man. It's probably worth money now, man. Punisher's big now.
It probably is, but it's just funny because it looks like he's just like got a big heart on. It's like unintentionally perverted childhood toys.
Yeah. All right, so my last pick, it's not necessarily a toy, but I collected them. I spent, all my lunch money, allowance money, and they were Garbage Pail Kids. So not really a toy, but I did collect them, and I did, if I had doubles, I would definitely, stick them on things. Actually, the backboard to my bed had a lot of them. Let's see, my closet door, my bedroom door. But shoot, I just wish, because I started back when they first were around, first series. Like I had the first one, like Nasty Nick. I had that one. It's worth like over $100 just for one card. But I don't know if did they make any. I'm assuming they made like Garbage Pail figures. I know it's a spin-off of Cabbage Patch Kids, but I'm sure they made like little figures.
They made figures.
Okay, but yeah, from the movie was nostalgia for me, but definitely the stickers, and I've been looking online to buy some for cheap, but they're going for some money. Real quickly. Shout out to Movie Man Jace is in there in watching. So Aaron,
Yes.
finish it off. He's an honorary guest, guys. He has to go after this, so please sub to the Rave Corner for, he focuses on this type of stuff, and that is collectible toys and figures.
Thank you. So number 25 is the Viewmaster. Now, the Viewmaster is this like plastic sort of, how do I explain it? Well, you look into these two scopes, and on the other, it's sort of like binoculars. You look through these two scopes, and on the other side, you see this one little vision sort of screen there. What it is that it's taking in light. So there's this little cardboard disc like that, and it has films in every single segment. You insert that into the slot, the visor end of a Viewmaster, and then you just hold it up to your source of light, and you get to see the picture. There's a little lever on the right side of it, so with your index finger, you just click it like that, then it will go over to the next reel.
Yeah, man, classic. I remember. They still have those, by the way, but, you have your normal, the red one.
Yeah, I had the normal red one, and I had films of, I think it was dinosaur illustrated pictures. I got reels from like actual screen grabs from illustrated movies, something like that.
Yeah, what sucked is, you're limited to what you can see, so sometimes, you can buy the extra reels, like 2 or 3 of them in a pack, but again, like, you kind of, after seeing them a couple times, it's like, okay, next.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
like a little kitty-friendly version of the slideshow.
Yeah, that was our childhood in a nutshell. What we played with.
Yep.
So, again, I know, Aaron, you got to rush to work. Appreciate you staying for the whole thing.
No problem. It's been a
Hope you have
pleasure.
fun. Like I said, sometimes it's hard to get a guest on at our time, but normally we have it about this time on Sundays. I'll shoot you on Instagram or text some upcoming topics. See if you're interested in any of those. If you had fun. We'll
Sure.
welcome.
Yeah. And it's been a blast working with you, Brian, and you, John, as well.
Thank you. You too.
Right, guys.
Yeah.
Again, that's Aaron. Hit that link in the description. See his channel. Give him a sub if you like it. But yeah, have a good day at work for a couple hours.
Yeah, we'll do.
Bye, Aaron.
Hey, who knows? After work, we might still be on. Sometimes we go on forever. All
I'm
right.
kidding.
We've done like 24-hour streams, or at least I have.
All right, yeah, so give me a shout out, and if I have time, I'll hop on for the next one.
All right, buddy. Take care.
Okay, see ya.
Bye, Aaron.
Bye.
All right, guys. And John, anything that pops in your head as honorable mentions, as stuff that we forgot?
Yeah.
Okay, I got one, and that is, I mean, I didn't use it because it's so generic, and we mentioned it a little bit. Or no, we didn't. But I think they're called shrinky dinks. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're little, like, things that you put in water and it blows up. Is that what shrinky dinks are, or is that opposite?
No, what it was like these things that like they're bigger, and then like you make something with them more, and then you put them in the stove, in the oven, and they shrink in the oven, and they
okay, I know what you're talking about, but I'm thinking
flat pieces of.
I'm talking about like the pills that you put in water and they blow up into these foam, like dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah.
These foam monsters. But you just let it sit in water for a couple hours.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and they blow up all into this sponge.
The casing on the pill would dissolve or whatever, and then it would.
Yeah, it's just like magic and shit.
Yeah.
Like fucking, it's a big old sponge type creature.
Yep.
And some of them, they try to make it like a He-Man or something, but it never looked like it.
Yeah.
So, just some comments. They're kind of. Ryan says you're a gangster, John Steele. Ryan, Mr. Nichols.
Ryan.
John, Scotty before said you were gonna do 151 shots, 151 shots of alcohol.
No, like Cardi 151.
Oh, okay, Cardi 151.
Yeah, because Scotty was drinking Captain Morgan Spice rum. I said, I was telling him, let's do some 151 shots. He's like, I'd be on the floor. I said, not 151. It's the name of the Bacardi is 151.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, dude.
I know what he's talking about.
All right, so any honorable mentions, guys?
Yeah, there's this. Oh, you got Smurf figure. Nice.
Yeah, the little Smurf figurines. My wife collects these now, but this is actually one of the original ones, Baby Smurf, back in the day. So Smurf figures and stuff like that. That was my honorable mention.
Well, this one thing popped into my head whenever John Steele showed off that. What's the guy that lights up at his chest?
Oh, Black Star.
Yeah, Black Star. Look up this one, John. There's these guys called stone protectors, and they had like the same sort of like stone in their chest, and if you pull their arm backwards all the way, whenever it turned all the way, it would click, and then it would have the same sort of spark in their chest.
Oh, cool. Stone protectors?
Yeah, called stone protectors, but they'd be like a bunch of different colors too, like in their chests, and they looked like almost like trolls, but like troll warriors.
Yeah.
And there was even a Super Nintendo game for it.
Sweet. See, like I was gonna mention that Thrash Fingers was shit. Like a lot of my childhood was a piece of paper. I would make like those footballs.
Oh.
Dude, that was the shit back in like middle school. like on the desk, you would play football with
I would make, yeah.
the paper triangle and you flick it. That was fun, dude.
What about the fortune tellers?
Yes, the freaking the
That-
four.
And then you unlock it and say go fuck yourself or something.
Yeah, and then you had the paper. I mean, paper planes were one, but I knew guys that could make like Chinese stars that were dope,
Yeah.
man.
I used to do that, dude.
With,
I used to do that shit.
it would work better with construction paper because it was thicker. But
Yeah, if you got hit with it, it would hurt.
yeah, I mean, like I said, it's like my childhood. A lot of these I listed was like either I played at school, the games, but yeah, my parents, it was just toys for them was just a waste of money. It's rather, would you rather go to the drive-in or have something, a more luxurious dinner or go out to eat as opposed to buying toys. So, I don't blame them for any of that, but shit, it's just like, man, back in the day, if I had the money that I had making as an adult, shit, I would have bought all that shit up and saved it because, it's worth money now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
YouTube
Some
fan,
of
man.
the simple things was like a T-ball set, a wiffle ball bat, and a wiffle ball and trying to hit it over the fence. That was my childhood. My childhood was fuck like a stick in a rock. Shit, I could make fun out of that. Damn.
I like those vortex footballs.
Yes, the howlers, the ones that made sound too. I had one with John Elway was on the cover, and it had that little tail thing, and then you would just it went far. So those were dope.
That thing's true, man.
Yeah.
You guys remember those things? It was like a ball, and it had like this circular thing around it, and you stood on it, and you jumped on it and shit. I think it was like a pogo ball. I think it was called
Yeah,
pogo.
I think it was called a pogo ball. I think you're right.
Remember those things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another safe toy for everybody.
Yeah.
You can bust your ass.
My daughter had moon shoes. Remember moon shoes?
Oh, fuck yeah. Yep. Hey guys, so I just sent out, just if you guys wanted to mention anything or just shoot the shit for the last, part of the stream. That's why you got some invites. But like I said, it's a lot of the toys. I'm surprised. Like John, remember before the stream started, I said, "Oh yeah, half of ours will be the same," but nah, it really wasn't. Maybe a half a dozen. And then Brian too. Like him and Aaron had more similarities just because I think they're a couple years younger, or they like when I got into video games like the early 90s and mid 90s. Like I didn't play with those kind of like Power Rangers or Mighty Max,
Yeah.
And I know for John, definitely he gave up, probably like late 80s, right? Mid 80s, late 80s.
Yeah, like a little bit towards the late 80s, maybe around like 88, 89. I was a teenager, but I wasn't like sitting on the floor playing with him, but to have him was still cool. Not really play with him.
Yeah. Anyone else? I mean, even you guys are pretty young in the chat. Is there anything in Australia? Is there anything post 2000 that like shit? This is what I grew up with. So Jace, what were you playing with other than like kangaroo dung?
Okay. I collected, like, for me, the toys. We're talking about toys here. I collected a lot of figurines. Like, I was huge into Star Wars figurines. I'm sure that's been mentioned at some point already. But yeah, I was hugely collecting them from about 4 years old to about 12. So yeah, just every week I was collecting. Like, obviously my parents just kept buying like Christmas, birthdays, and even every so often go to the shopping centre. I'd come away with like some Star Wars figurines, and yeah, they were just a big part of my childhood. And I still, I've got a lot of them in boxes at the moment because I just don't have the room. If I had like a whole room to like set them all up, that'd be really cool. But who knows? I might show them off like one time on my channel at some point. But yeah, it was mainly figurines, Lord of the Rings figurines, all the Disney toys.
12, did you keep them in the package? Do you have any still in the package?
Most of them are not in the packaging.
Okay.
No, it's just been taken out. So I don't know. That would probably definitely decrease the value of them. But I'm sure they're still worth something. I guess had a lot of the ships as well. You know, like the X-wing fighter, the TIE fighter, all those different ones, ships from the Star Wars movies. But yeah, as I said, I collected a lot of different small soldiers with the other toys. I collected all them. Yeah, Major Chip Hazard, Archer, and they're the ones that you could just press a button and they'd voice a bit like them from the movies. That was fun. Yeah, so it was mainly a lot of figurines, Batman figurines, some Disney ones like Toy Story. Yeah, just lots of figurines, but also, I'm not sure if this relates to toys, I guess it does. We did a lot of, like, cards were a big thing, like Pokemon cards and all that sort of stuff was huge. Growing up in primary school, I remember every week people would bring in, like, their albums, you know, had a place all their cards in their, like, card albums and do trades and shit like that. So, yeah, it was fun. And then probably a little bit earlier on, I remember at lunchtime we used to play, like, marbles and shit like that. So I'm sure that's quite a classic game we used to do. And, again, people used to get pissed off when people were trading marbles and they didn't like the look of those and, yeah, all that. So, yeah, and I also grew up, I guess, this is, I'm not sure if board games comes into it, but I used to play a lot of board games with my family as well. So, yeah, quite a huge range of different things. And probably a lot what you've already talked about, but, yeah, also different, like, sport-related things, like, I don't know, it's like a tennis sort of game, but you've got, like, 2 Velcro sort of things that you wear on your hand, you just throw the ball. So that was something
Rave Corner mentioned that he had like a mitt with the Velcro tennis ball that you would throw.
Yeah, really good beach game on the beach.
Going back to collectible cards, you came a little later, like Pokemon. That was before, after my time. John said he collected Star Wars cards. I remember those with the. Didn't they have like yellow to them, John? A white border.
For the Star Wars cards?
Yeah, yellow border, white border.
Mostly like white border.
Okay, because I collected the Gremlins cards back in the day.
Oh, wow.
They're not as much, but I remember my favorite one was when he's in the Barbie car. That was like not necessarily rare, but everyone wanted that.
Yeah.
I know my sister's boyfriend was trying to like flirt with me to give it to her, and I was like, "You're nasty." But like Gizmo, Stripe, man, I wish I had those cards. But just anything like, if I would have thought back, because they made cards like Ghostbusters, like, you know, collectible cards for like Rambo and.
Yes, I had some Star Wars ones as well, and I also, like, obviously, I'm sure for you guys, like, you had baseball and all that. We had, like, you know, our own football cards that a lot of people collected.
Yeah.
And, yeah, a lot of different. Those cards were very popular as well. But yeah, a lot of the animated series had their own. I think they even had like Digimon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh, all that. That probably came a little bit later in my time, more than it did before. But yeah, there was collecting cards was a big thing, definitely in my era for sure. A lot of people had, especially the Pokemon ones. Damn.
Okay.
I imagine that.
I collected starting lineup figures, the sports figures.
Yeah.
Had like Ken Griffey Jr. and I think Gary Payton, just hometown teams. But I know some of those are worth money if they're rare, but a lot of them, like, it didn't really fly too much. You can see some of those pretty cheap at flea markets and stuff. But Brian, did you collect any cards?
Not really.
Okay, no trading cards.
And a few of my friends got into Magic the Gathering and stuff like that and Pokemon, but I never really took to it.
Dude, some of those Magic the Gathering cards, like, there's certain ones that go for like crazy fucking thousands of dollars, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to be careful because there's a lot of like bootleg ones that people try to.
Yeah, I remember that. Even Pokemon cards all like that as well. A lot of bootleg things.
I'm sure the experts know that they know a fake from a real one and stuff. You know?
Yeah.
Dude, a lot of the movie themed cards that me and Hoarder are talking about, there's a place that out here that I can go to that I can still get those. Like, there's a place out here in the mall called the Toy Vault, and they sell like all the old school toys, like all the shit that we were talking about, all the old school action figures and stuff, and then newer stuff too. But they have comic books there. They have like, I might do it out and about and show you guys, and a wall of Funkos. To kind of like upstage Hoarder, like their wall of Funkos upstages Hoarders and shit. But but they have the cards, the movie themed cards. They have like a lot of the packs, the cards and shit. Like
yeah, man,
I think they're still pretty cheap. I can get them.
Yeah, I wish. I know, like I see on some people's out and abouts at like yard sales, like people would have like singles for like a penny a piece. I'd be buying all that shit.
Yeah.
I knew they had like Morphin Mindy cards, like some of the old shit. Like, dude, I would pay a penny for a couple rare ones.
Yep.
Yeah, there's some really well made ones. Like they continue. I mean, it's clearly like style figures. They continue bringing them out, and as you said, like they've got some old editions of some like Alien, Predator, all those sort of characters. But then they've brought newer ones out as well over time. I've seen a few on the few people's out and abouts, and yeah, they look very impressive. So yeah, that'd be definitely cool to have in your collection.
You know what? No one mentioned that. I mean, I guess it takes that unique person, but like Star Trek, wasn't that kind of big as a toy line? Star Trek figures, Star Trek.
Yes, there was a lot of. I remember. I think Crazy Jason back in the day. I remember he had a lot of those Star Trek. Yeah, he had a lot of those Star Trek figurines and a few other things.
Dungeons and Dragons. I remember I had like some dragons, like some vinyl dragons from that one that I liked. But just plastic dinosaurs in general, I had some. So I was into dinosaurs.
Yeah, dinosaurs are big. Yeah, my brother was more into those. He loved collecting dinosaurs.
You know, the Mego figure I showed you, Hoarder, the Hulk one.
Yeah.
Well, they actually came out with Star Trek figures of that. They had they had Kirk, Spock. They had Uhura. They had a couple other people. They had some of the aliens. But that Mego figure, those Mego figures, they actually had the bridge. Like, when they're on the bridge, when they're in the main area where the captain, where you should eat. They had a cardboard playset of that you could stick the figures near them and make it look like they were on the bridge of the Enterprise and shit. So
nice.
That's like late 60s, early 70s right there.
Wow.
Yeah. But I know between all of us, I know there's some toys like we didn't mention, like Rubik's Cube, Slinky.
Oh, yeah.
The
yo-yos.
No,
sure that was mentioned.
Aaron said yo-yo, yep.
Yep, yo-yo, yep. I think I saw in the chat. Like again, this is something else in my thing. The Tamagotchi thing. Those virtual pet things.
Yeah, Aaron mentioned that.
Yeah, he seemed to like some of the ones that I had, but most of those. That was another thing that I grew up with.
Yeah, you guys are probably around the same age, mid 20s.
That's right.
I think he got in his toys were like Power Rangers and
Power Rangers. Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. I remember a few of those. That was really early in the day, though. That was quite young at that point. But Power Rangers were all kicked off. But as I said, Star figures were the main toy sort of set that I collected. All the characters. That's what I wanted.
Oh, remember when Brian was talking about Etch-a-Sketch Hoarder?
Yeah.
One of you guys got to remember this. Maybe even Jace. I don't know. But they used to have these things. You'd go to the store, like they'd have them in pharmacies and shit, and it would come with a red plastic pen. It didn't have ink in it, and it would be this thing like you wrote on this. The board would be black, and it would be like you were writing on like the carbon thing.
Yeah.
You would draw on it and fold the paper.
I know that.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
I had
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
What the hell was the name of those things, man? I used to have so many of those. Remember them?
Yeah. You would. It was a little drawing thing, and then you would just rip the plastic and then put it back down and then draw again.
like magic.
Yeah, because it would make the impression on the back part of it.
Yep. They also had Magna Doodle.
Yeah, that's what the one I was about to say. Yeah, that's the one. They were fun.
Or did you guys ever have the sand? Make your sand bottles, sand art.
Oh yeah.
And,
You had little bottles that had colored sand to make designs in the bottles.
Yep.
But yeah, a lot of mine toys were more like kind of like educational, I guess. My parents wouldn't mind buying me like those little books, that activity books. You know those
activities.
Yeah, they're big books with like math things, crossword puzzles, mazes.
Yes. Yeah.
Coloring. You know, those were fun, but again. But when Brian busted out like the Rebound, I always wanted one of those. But Power Wheel, I always wanted one of those, but never.
Yeah, that Rebound was awesome.
Yeah, never could get any of those. Even the Super Soakers. John was right. I got the one. The back piece always like was leaking water, or there was like a crack in the middle of the gun, and it would always leak.
Yep.
Cheap shit.
Yep.
But
obviously, we got a bit older. We used to play with the old cap guns as well. You put the cap in the gun.
Yes, I was going to mention that, dude. How about the ones with the yellow BBs? I love that.
Yes, yellow BBs. Yes,
yeah.
I love that.
I got in trouble. my stepdad, I think I was at my sister, and after just buying it at 7-Eleven, he took it and threw it away in the dumpster, man.
Damn. Yeah. Because obviously, as I said, for the cap guns, with being a huge Western fan even back then, I used to love playing with those cap guns all the time, running around, letting it off, like shooting it off all the time. It was good fun.
I had an air rifle that you pumped.
Oh wow, that'd be awesome.
No, it just made a noise. It didn't shoot anything. You just put it up and it made a noise.
Yeah, I blast the air.
Yeah, blast.
Remember those cap guns? Those cap guns that had the paper with the little black dot. And you put the paper.
The ones.
Oh, I just hit it with rocks.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I would buy a whole roll. I think Jason's talking about the little plastic ones that have like 10 in a circle.
Yeah, I remember those.
I'm talking about both the ones that John just mentioned with the paper and then the little black, and then also there's the plastic ones as well. So there's both. There was both types as well. They were fun.
I remember those things. And then how about the snappers, the poppers that you throw on the ground?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, those things. Those.
I used to pop those in my fingers, in between my fingers. I didn't give a fuck. Pop.
Those are sold at like fireworks stores and shit.
Yeah, you could get those like at Target or whatever. Those you could get those like at the dollar store year round.
That's right. Yeah, same with ours.
TNT, like whatever, for $1. But
those were fun though.
Again, it's like toys to me aren't as like. Back then, like I just enjoyed riding my bike. I just enjoyed like getting into mischief with the neighbors, like fucking like making forts out of sticker bushes, like You ever done that? Like in the bushes or weeds, like make your own fort and bring like sodas and stuff and like makeshift chairs.
I would make my own fort in my room.
Oh yeah, well that too. Your little blanket.
Yeah.
Pillows, like shoot. No, but like we would make like legitimate forts, like just hang out like in the fucking woods. Not necessarily woods, but it was just like the brush. But there would be like little, there'll be a tree here and there, but the grass would be so big that you would have to make a trail to it, and then we would just bring like just random junk around the house to make it look like a livable place.
We do shit like that, like in abandoned buildings and shit. We'd set up like big cardboard pieces or fucking like pallets or wood pieces and like make our own little like room in an abandoned building or something. Or yeah, man.
That's over there on the East Coast. Like here in the Pacific Northwest, man, we have all
man.
shit.
Yep. We used to do crazy shit like that.
Your childhood was like fucking running from the crack addicts. No, I'm kidding.
Ah, dude, crazy shit like fucking. There was remember you guys see on IG those abandoned train station pictures that I posted?
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
that train station's been around for a long time, but like throughout the years, it's been different things. Like at one time, they tried to have like a little flea market in it, but that in the '80s, but that didn't go well. And it's been abandoned since like probably the mid '80s. But it was abandoned before that, like years before that, and probably the late '50s. They shut it down and they try to open it up, like I said. But I would say in the '80s, before they opened the flea market in it, the little flea market, there was these kids like doing satanic shit, and they were going in there like killing dogs and cats. And me and like the neighborhood kids, they told me, hey, let's go to the abandoned train station. So we went to the abandoned train station, and we saw like some motherfuckers in there doing some satanic shit, and they turned around and saw us, and we just fucking booked it out of there, man. Like it was nuts, man.
Wow.
It was pretty fucking insane, man. But yeah. So, like, shit like that, I would always love, like, you know, as a teenager, probably, like, 13, 14, all the way up until, like, 17, man, I would just, like, go exploring, like, abandoned places and, like, whatever wooded areas were around where I was, I'd go there and, like, see what kind of fucking shit that we could get into or just go spray paint trains and shit like that, man. Just a bunch of crazy shit.
Scotty said he got arrested for playing with cap guns.
Really?
For real?
Get on here and tell us.
Oh, he says wait till we go off air, he'll join.
Okay.
Same with Jasic. It's all good.
FBI's gonna come to his house and shit.
Yeah, exactly. How about you, Brian? Like, when you grew up, like, any other than playing with, you know, toys, anything like that?
Well, my friend had like a tree house and shit, and he had like one of those pulley systems, like from his tree house all the way across his yard to the other, like, to another tree, and we used to ride on that thing, kind of like in Home Alone, you know. He does that shit. That shit's fun. That shit was fun as fuck. He used to just like have fun going in his backyard playing in a ditch, like with rocks and shit. Like simple stuff like that.
Yeah, man. Kids nowadays, they don't have that no more. They don't use their imagination to do shit like that anymore.
I remember my brother. He couldn't be, but in 8th grade, I don't know if my dad bought him or what, but he had a BB gun, and he would kill birds. He would literally shoot the crows and shoot birds and kill them.
But yeah, John, you're exactly right about that. Like, most kids these days are more into like the technological things, like, you know, 5 years old, maybe 7, 8 years old, they've already got iPads and all that sort of stuff. Like, none of us, well, even me, I didn't have anything like that. So
yeah,
obviously we had our gaming console.
They rarely leave the house.
Yeah.
By the time they're old enough to play with toys, they're already got their fucking phones.
Yeah. So there was a point, like, in middle school where I played, like, basketball. That was my fun time, basketball and home run derby. We would take, you know, baseballs to the elementary school and hit them over the fence, and tetherball and shit like that.
Tetherball, yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah. Or just, you know, get into, like John said, get into mischief. Like, there was one time I guess you would call it broken into, but, you know, in school sometimes they build, like, foyers, like
Toys,
classrooms out, you know. Yeah, they left it open, and so fucking we opened it and we're fucking around in there.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, in Australia, just saying, my sort of culture, like, Australia is very, like, sport, like, the sport is pretty much in our culture. Like, when you're young, straight away, like, most people play some form of sport, and obviously I did as well. starting with, you know, like soccer, and then very big into tennis for a long time as well. So most kids here, like, yeah, they play with toys, but yeah, sport is very big here in Australia. Like, everyone plays at least some form of sport when they're younger.
Yeah.
Anyone here ever played box hockey?
No, what is that?
It's like it's a box that has like holes in it, and you just like play it with this with a plastic hockey stick and then a roller ball. It wasn't like a hockey puck. It was a.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And you would hit it through the holes.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing.
But you couldn't. You weren't allowed to like drag the the ball to the hole or anything like that. There'd be rules against it and shit.
Yeah, to hit it. Yeah. I got into roller hockey like in my high school days. Like, there was a few of us. Even someone had a goalie helmet, like a real like ice hockey helmet that he wore.
Oh wow.
And he had the full-on pads too, and we would play. But I was never a good like skater on I'm like flat-footed, so they always hurt. Like, I could never get a proper pair of rollerblades. I think I got mine like freaking like 1999, but they were the cheap kind, so they really weren't that good. But dude, it was fun. I don't know why we played it a couple times and then it kind of ended there.
Yeah.
Dude, when I was a kid, like, I didn't have regular like roller skates and shit. Like, my grandma bought me these skates. They were literally metal, right? And you sit them over your sneaker, and you strap them over your sneaker, and it was like skating on the sidewalk on metal. It was like ski.
Yeah.
Like you were gonna go on fire and shit, man.
Yeah. But you remember you guys used to ever go to like the local skating rink?
Yeah. Yep.
That like roller skating and then do the hokey pokey and shit. Oh, that's fun. You had those brown fucking shoes with the orange wheels.
Yeah. They still have a skating rink over here by me. It's like probably about 5 minutes away, and they got the inline skates, the blade, but they got the old school ones with the 4 wheels.
Yeah. And
that's the only ones I can fuck with because I can't do them inline ones, man. So.
See, I wish I could invest or have money because I know what would make money here on this island. They never had a bowling alley. And people,
oh wow,
that's what I'm saying. It's like, how come someone? I know it would cost a lot, but just like an abandoned whatever old retail store or something, change that shit into a bowling alley, and I guarantee, fucking people it would be so busy, man. A place for kids.
Yeah. Well, that was another thing I used to do a lot as a child too, bowling. So yeah, that would be popular, no doubt.
Wahoo has a bowling alley. I know that, man.
Yeah. But Maui doesn't, and everyone I talked to was like, dude, like, they quit growing sugarcane here, so there's a lot of fields of just empty land, and they're saying, dude, why don't they build a fucking bowling alley?
Yeah, man, I got a bowling alley here with like 50 lanes and 4 arcade rooms and a pinball game room and shit.
Dude. Yeah, we got like quite a few around here. Like, there's two near me, about 10 minutes away. So yeah.
Yeah.
There's
a bunch by me too, man.
But yeah, that also was part of my, like, I had a bowling alley down the street, and we would go there primarily for, the video games, the arcades. But yeah, like, it was like $1 a game or something, like $1 for shoe, 50 cents a game. So it was a pretty run down place, but it was fun, like, to play a game of bowling.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just remembering also another toy that I had, like, I remember my cousin gave me was the, I don't know if you remember, you probably do remember, like, the table soccer, the futsal sort of soccer where you use the things on the side and you move the players.
Foosball?
Foosball. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that was we had that in middle school, man. I was like the king. You know how you would balance the ball at your goalie and then flip it?
Yep.
Yeah, I would.
I was great at that. Yeah, I enjoyed playing that. I had like a little mini one. Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, they would call like no butterflying, where you would like really whack it. They would call that cheating. Or have you ever, instead of putting it in the hole, like put the ball in the corner and like flick it and it spins?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so that was a cheating way of playing
We used
too.
to, like, I used to go to the boys club all the time and shit, like, you know, to stay off the streets. And fucking my boy, they used to have tournaments at the boys club for these fucking things, and we would actually win trophies for like foosball,
Oh, wow.
pool, pool, like playing pool, foosball, air hockey. They would like
Yeah,
make,
hockey, yeah.
yep, they make little trophies for the kids to, like, you know, to win. If you like, we're gonna have the foosball tournament, and whoever's the top person who wins, like, will win the trophy and shit. So we did shit like that too, man, back in the day.
Yeah. Well, I think that's great. Like those things are great for, yeah, as you said, you know, if you're in different trying to get kids off just the streets and stuff, things like that are really like great. You know, pool, air hockey was another one I loved as well. That was again always at the bowling alley. Every bowling alley there was always an air hockey table. A lot of fun.
Yeah, man. The friggin' the puck always goes flying off sometimes and stuff, man. You know, like, and then goes flying off the table if somebody hits it too hard or whatever. That was awesome, man. Or like people that couldn't play, like they go to hit the flat puck and the air hockey thing goes flying out of their hand too and shit.
Oh
thing that
yeah,
you
the little thing that you move it with. Yeah, that's right. That hurts if you smack it right hard at them.
yeah.
Yeah, good fun. Ping pong, yeah, oh yeah. Thrash says ping pong, yeah. I'm a master of that. I love ping pong. Table tennis, yeah. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, ping pong's fun too, man.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah,
play
I
now.
thought that was good, but you know how you think you're good just by playing people who are bad? Like,
Yeah,
you played with people that, I mean, Jace, you played regular tennis, so you're probably really good at it, but,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, you know, sometimes you get lucky by, like, blocking a slam and shit like that, but for the most part, I think I'm just...
Yeah, it's funny with my table tennis ability. Table tennis, I play very similar to tennis, and like every time someone watches me play table tennis, they're like, "You play tennis, don't you?" It's like, yeah, because I play like double-handed, one of the shots. I do a lot of that, so it's interesting style, but it works for me because I've got a table at home, and I love playing like all the time. I practice a lot, so it's fun.
Yeah, Steven says, did anyone mention Bop It? Yeah,
Yeah.
Brian mentioned it.
Yeah.
Or no, was it you?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, Aaron.
Here, I mentioned it.
Yeah.
Flicks and Movies is here. What's up, guys?
Oh, what's up, Alex? Any childhood toys? We kind of finished a while ago, but I don't know. After, you know, the 90s, 2000s, I don't know what were the popular things really.
Yeah, I have no idea what's like currently or the last 10 or so years. No, I wouldn't. I think I know it's just from the stores. I know figurines are still pretty big. Board games, of course.
Yeah.
Were you playing with these nuts?
Nobody said Furby. Remember Furby?
Oh yeah,
Robbie.
that was post. Tickle Me Elmo. That was post my time.
Yeah, Robo Dog, the walking dog and the talking dog and all the cat and all that. Yeah.
Yeah,
those
I
things.
remember. There was a Tyrannosaurus.
Yes.
I know it was a girl's toy, but remember those animals that would like you would open up their belly and you'd have like the kittens or the puppies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yes.
My
I
Little
remember
Pony.
that. Yeah, My Little Pony.
Yeah, so that would have been cool to have like a chick, because they would have had like all the Rainbow Bright, Strawberry Shortcake.
Yeah, there's a lot of girls' toys.
Gem and the Holograms. Shira.
Barbie.
Yeah.
Barbie.
Little
Beethoven.
Pet Shop,
Mhm.
Polly Pocket,
Yep.
Easy Bake Oven.
Oh yeah, the little mini bake ovens. I remember those.
Fuck, yo, I didn't even care that was a girl's thing. I wanted one of those when I was real young, man.
Yeah, so would I. I don't care. It still makes food, so who cares?
Right?
Yeah.
I know Hoarder was talking about the Play-Doh barbershop, but they had other like sets like that made stuff. The Play-Doh sets. They did other things, like they made
yeah.
different shit. And then Brian, like was talking about the thing that made bugs, man. I definitely remember that thing, man.
Creepy crawlers.
Yeah, because there was some other thing like that that did monsters and shit, I think.
Yeah, you're right. I forget what the name of that one was.
Oh yeah, that's right. Alex says
Anyone remember?
Thomas the choo-choo train, Thomas the tank,
Oh yeah.
Thomas
Wow.
the engine.
Oh wow.
That's like my daughter's type of toys and shit, man.
Yeah. I remember also those. Do anyone remember those sea monkey things, where the real thing you pour in the water and they're actual little things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they were. Yeah.
Little like
Get
guppy
those, man.
insect.
Yeah.
things.
Insect sort of things, and you had to. Yeah, you feed them and stuff, and they're like
Yeah.
actual real. That
It was
was.
just like dried eggs that
Yes,
Oh.
that's right.
came
They,
alive.
they used to advertise those on comic books all the time. You
Yep.
see like this like family that looked like they had like almost like human faces, and then
Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
you think that that's how it was gonna look when you were a kid.
My
No, they certainly didn't.
No. Never looked like that, man.
Nah. Still, they were enjoyable until they you forgot about them and then they end up dying, and that's the end of it.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
No refund.
So, all right, guys, let's talk about future topics. This week I plan on doing a doubleheader, maybe separate days. I don't know, but I know John's bowing out on this one. Jace don't know about wrestling. Brian, you still in the wrestling one?
Yeah, sure.
Were you able to, you started your list, but
Yeah.
I barely made 25. But then, I did a little research and yeah, there was a lot that I could find. So we're gonna do a wrestling one. I know I'm trying to get Outlaw and WrestleManiac. They expressed interest, and Pat wanted to jump on. So we got that planned next week. But the following week, John, you work, right?
I work this weekend coming up, so
So it would be Saturday, Jace. It would be your Sunday. So your
My
Monday.
Sunday.
Your Monday.
Oh, my Monday. My Monday.
Yep. So what we're doing, I want to hammer this out, and you guys got to start now, because it's quotes.
oh shit.
Quotes.
Yeah. But it's easier than, you could go to any Arnie movie.
Oh yeah, it's easy, man. There's heaps.
There's a lot.
No problem at all.
Like this, your Warriors, like anything you can name.
Yeah,
like
Just pick your favorite movie and pick your favorite quote from
yeah,
that
exactly.
movie.
You don't have to
Exactly,
just
man.
name
It's-
one out of the movie. There may be like 3 or 4 good.
Well, I mean, you just think of like Sylvester Stallone, Arnie, and Clint Eastwood. There's a ton of quotes in all those movies. So
Well, comedies,
can't go wrong.
your punchlines in comedy.
Yep.
That's where a lot of mine are coming from. Just hilarious
You're
lines.
coming from the comedies, yeah. I'll probably have like a mixture of different ones, all different types.
Yeah.
But yeah, starting at your favourites movies, John, as John was saying, is a very good idea. Yeah.
And we're trying to get Scotty on this one. So Scotty, if you're
Yeah, where is Scotty? Yeah, I think he left, but he might be off. I don't know where he is at the moment, but yeah, Scotty, man, if you're still watching, yeah, mate, come on, make it your first
Scotty?
appearance.
Scotty too hotty?
Maybe you
That's
could.
awesome.
I know he's drinking that pirate rum. He might be having he wants to contest with you, John.
Jake said that pirate rum.
Yeah.
Yeah, Captain Morgan Spice Rum. That's what he's drinking, man.
Yep.
Damn.
But,
alright,
yeah, no,
that's future content. Give you guys, like, if you want to play along in the chat, just top 25 quotes. Doesn't have to be paragraph. It can be one-liners. It could be a couple words. It could be, just some recognizable or not recognizable lines that you guys enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you down with that one, Brian?
Oh yeah.
Quotes. So, like, again, pre-2000, from movies pre-2000.
Could it be a catchphrase too?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you could say, like, it was in this movie, who said it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be something unique. It could be like, I'll be back. It could be like, hasta
Yeah.
la
Something like
vista,
that.
I'll be back.
Oh,
Get
yeah.
to the chopper.
Yeah, some of those I know.
Save all that for next time.
Yeah. But I want stuff like that no one brings up that you guys will remember. So, That's
Yes,
stuff
so
that
I
I'm
can,
gonna
there's
bring.
going to be a lot of. That's going to
I'll
be a
I'll
fun
get
topic. Yeah.
backing up too, man. Some of the shit we say. All right.
Yeah.
So that was toys, childhood toys, guys. If you guys, feel free. If you're rewatching this, just in the comments list some stuff that we didn't mention that we should have, but appreciate. If you guys remember, anyone in the chat, shout out to Thrash Fingers, the Blu-ray Bender, Steven. Shout out to Mr. Nichols Ryan. Shout out to Alex Leba, Flicks and Movies. Shout out to Blue Corner Dennis, who was here. Shout out to Patrick Holmes, Phenom Pat.
Yeah.
Shout out to Charlie Delatorre, who was here for a little bit. Cat Films, who popped in. Scotty Darko. Anyone else I'm missing, guys? Oh,
Jimmy. Was Jimmy here?
no, Jimmy missed this one. Friday the 13th.
Alex.
Tony was here. Aaron, who was on the show earlier. Shout out to you. Please sub to all of us, to Brian Goes Blues, to John Steele, Jace. Jasic was in there. Sorry, Jasic. If you're still watching, wait for the invite. I'm about to end this, and if you want to jump on.
Scotty, Scotty, man, if you are still around or whatever you're doing.
Scotty's too chicken. All right. He's scared of John Steele. Peace.
See you guys.
Peace.